Hoopla. Yay. A new stream. Let me finish my rice first, though. Correction, no stream today. Hyperino Triano.
You're lousy!
Hello JX Jacob. I am also JX Jacob. Birthday cake, praying gesture, 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 birthday cake, praying gesture.
No, no birthday cake. None whatsoever. Wrong answer. Morning, gamers. Hi. Hello. It's been a while. I've been dead for like a week and a bit. For those who aren't in the Discord, which I know some of you aren't, I've been sick the past week, and it possibly may or may not have been caused by a grain of rice getting stuck in my throat, and then proceeding to fucking annihilate my throat for the next 10 minutes so badly that it caused inflammation, and then just ruined the rest of my week. But it also could have been just because I got sick from somewhere I went to the previous weekend. But I think the rice story is a bit funnier, as I think you will agree. This is not the Hell seed from Balam. This is the seed from Ultramaractus, who requested their seed first, but the seed themselves, or the seed itself, didn't actually get generated until like 4 days ago. So it's the oldest viewer seed submission, but also the newest seed. Rice emote went, I mean, there's the actual rice emoji. It's close enough. I don't think I'm that desperate for follower emotes. I mean, maybe I am desperate for that many follower emotes. I don't have anything better to do.
Cooked rice.
Cooked rice. Ugh. Yeah, anyway, today's stream is basically a stress test to see if I put more drugs inside my body than I have starting Kongs, if I can actually get through 6 hours of stream. Because I'm like 80% of the way to being better. There's still that 20% that could fuck me over at a moment's notice, and we're gonna see if more drugs than starting Kongs will help. Anyway, this seed from Ultramaractus, again, is basically just my normal settings, except with a 100 maximum B locker. So it's a long one. The ultimate stress test for... the ultimate test for my fucking lungs. Also, I didn't realize, Bob, thank you for the resub. Seagull, thank you for the resub. Then Bob and Umid, thank you for the bits. Hello, thank you. I forgot. Forgot to thank y'all for that formally. Okay. Oh, am I even gonna remember how to play this video game? I don't know. What a blue lizard. Oh, there's my first key. I was wondering where that was gonna be. That's key 3. Incredible. Useless key. Alright, that's a 4. Training to 5? Interesting. Chunky.
Banger alert.
Interesting. Very banger, I do agree. Alright, well, time to go do the Isle Circuit, look for a few dirt patches, and definitely not go back to training grounds, where there will definitely not be my key 5. Also, my starting items are both Gorilla Grab and Barrel Blast. There's a non-insignificant chance that you know, these starting moves are custom baked to make me do arcade. Plando, I keep being told Plando doesn't exist yet, but from the past month and a bit of viewer seeds, I'm led to believe, yeah, they do exist. You just have to click the generate button like 5 times and then put in the Konami code. And then it just gives you the Plando interface. And some of these seem a little too convenient. Oh, wait a minute, I have this. I'm like, ah, perfect. I'm gonna have to come back for this later. No, I don't. Lanky's just there. Oh, perfect. GB. Alright. Training grounds. Doth thou contain a dirt patch that I can reach immediately? Lando is much worse. I don't know. I've had some pretty fucking bad seats. I'm led to believe The only difference between a Plando and a really bad viewer seat is just time. I knew it. Good. Good key. Good key. DKRK is Wath in your last seed. This will definitely not bode poorly for me. With this knowledge. Okay, so, despite 0 starting keys, I've actually gotten 2 of them already. I don't know where my C-up inputs went. Ooh, a pearl. Oh, these... Yeah, these are full-size shops. Did not see that part of the settings. What is shop? Yeah. Okay. Can't buy anything. Alright, this is definitely not Chunky Kong. It would never be Chunky Kong. Never would they give me Chunky Kong. I didn't know I needed Chunky Kong playing to the sound of Never Gonna Give You Up. But thank you, the recent revolution in custom music, for delivering upon me this incredible coincidence. And also a very convenient sound for point pickup. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're right. 100% pop guns are pre-given. I just didn't write them down. Good catch. Thank you. I definitely looked at it. I'm like, yep. That's a thing I can do. 4 seeds in a row required a trip to the bugs report channel. Damn. You're inheriting my previous skill of always having to have bug seeds. Someone to finally carry the torch. That was basically, I think it was almost a month straight. Every seed I did had something to go into bug reports for. And eventually, the devs stopped finding things to fix my horrible bullshit settings. Okay. Page is red. Tiny stump. What else do we got? Aztec boss. Okay, that's good to know immediately. That's a good early hint. Yeah, fuck spiders. Spiders are the worst. I totally agree. Caves is a 15. Where's the other 2? Thankfully, I actually have Chunky Kong, so I can, like, you know, make this jump semi-painlessly. What is on 6? Castle. Are you a GB? Because I kinda need access into Aztec sooner rather than later. Wait, I can't. I don't have vines or twirl. Well, I suspect my,
Spider, actuality, I think spiders play a valuable role in the ecosystem and are happy for them to coexist in my home.
Well, I'm with you for the exist in the home part. But this seed is not home. And therefore, get it out of there. Get the spiders out of my seed. Okay, at least I get one hint door. Alright, CMR to key 1. Alright, that is a 9. Castle. It's blue, and that's a colorless potion? Perfect. This is probably vines. I would be floored if this wasn't vines. hilarious. That's how I get into Aztec. Damn, all these people are like complaining about late vines. I don't see the issue. They're pretty early in my seeds. Bit lazy crowns respect enemy selection. Oh. And careful about allowing Oops All Kosha. I will keep that in mind if I have to make another addendum to rule. Yeah. Yeah, because Koshas will... Oh, good gravy. Yeah, I don't like... Tiny temple to 8. No one can get... I mean, one person can get in there. One particular lizard can get in there. Yeah, oops, all single enemies are allowed. It's just can't only be one specific enemy. That sucks. Oh, I wish I didn't have full-size shops so I can take notes if this quicker. Holy hell.
Mornin' at almost seagull, mornin' at Thebulum 96, mornin' at Ice Cold Killer 300, mornin' at Chx Jacob, mornin' at Al1 NK2 TH3 Future 3, mornin'.
Morning. Thank you for the bits. Galleon Caves to Diddy. Oh, God. So I actually had to update Gossip Zone Tracker to account for these split path hints, and holy hell, the tiny square where the little icon is to show what the wow, good warp, bad warp actually. Like that tiny square makes it really hard to fit in both Karul's face and then also the Kong in question's face. Anyway, there's a new feature. Prussia can shoot oranges. It's very neat. And it's not any of the free checks, so I can't actually do anything in Tiny Temple. Very cool. Yeah. Dude, it's only been like 11 minutes, and I feel like I'm already way more scatterbrained than I am at the end of most seeds. Which will be great for content purposes, as I make horrible mistakes. But will be really bad for the Jacob's mental health. And considering that everyone is Jacob at the moment, this affects all of y'all's mental health as well. We all suffer. It's not time for the balance team today? I don't know. Considering that this is a max B locker of like 100, I feel like it might be a long seed as is. And then on top of that, like, I'm still not 100%, so I don't know if I'll survive. Yeah, cat oot in a boot. So I would be surprised if I had the energy to do a second seed today, let alone the time to do a second seed. But we shall see. Because I could have this might be the quickest 100 GB max seed I've ever had. Or it could be the slowest. Or it could have a logic bug. Or I can find a better end to this joke. The possibilities are endless, really. Alright, you lead to Quicksand Cave. No, but you lead to a shop with a chunky move. So that's, like, almost good enough. Hey, Mini Monkey. What was that? Candy Chunky. Good, 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 good. What were the rest of the things in that shop? Because I was not paying attention. 3 GBs for those ones. Yep. It's in there as a fanfare. For 27, I can deal. I can deal with this for 27. I'm just glad that these enemies are all relatively small and somewhat easy to maneuver around. Also, yeah, I guess I should probably buy some of these. Yeah, considering I'm gonna have to go to 100. Yeah, custom music is very... It's very nice that there's just been a massive explosion in support for it within, like, the past month. It really, it adds a lot. You can't say the same about custom textures, because not only does it not exist, but it's also way harder to fucking do. Good lord. I've actually been, toiling away at... Remember Aztec bosses, required. It's a 284. We're gonna be coming back to that much later. I've actually been toiling away at giving some dimensions to some of the... Or adding to the texture schema with a really horrible script that basically doesn't automate shit. So I can finally say I'm slowly actually contributing to the issue of there's not all textures by me, myself, starting to actually map a texture or two. Which is a very lengthy process, mostly just because almost all the textures that aren't already in the schema are color index format. Which just take exponentially longer to put into Texture 64 and then feed it the proper palette for it. Ugh. It's going to take a while. Yeah, CI is color index. Honestly, I assume that's what it is. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Fairy... do you have plenty. Because at this point, like, technically, all image formats are supported for being replaced. It's just a matter of... I don't have the auto compressor working for RGBA, and if any other images are not the proper, don't meet the file size, then, like, you're fucked. Just flat out. It's not gonna fit, and I don't think the auto compressor is gonna function the same for... Hello. Or we work nearly as well for... everything that isn't RGBA compared to RGBA. Because that's essentially what it is. Images are either RGBA, or they're any other format, which are basically written in nigh identical ways, just with different bit allocations. Yeah, RGBA, IA, and CI, and IA and I and CI are basically the same. Just with different shifting. And EIEIO! I haven't encountered EIEIO yet. Maybe that's the secret format I'm missing. The secret to the mysteries of DK64. Old McDonald in its EIEIO format. Well, I was gonna say, there was absolutely nothing in Aztec. It's a fucking lie. There's been one thing in Aztec, and it means I can now actually do things in Castle. I don't think I have any means to, get into, llama. Get the thing. Chunky Kong. Thank you. Get into llama, but there's a few bananas. Things I can do in Castle. I can do Stump. I could run around and look for random Splat and Dirt Patch locations. I can probably... I can enter Greenhouse. There's just a bunch of, like, random things laying about. But also, like, where else am I gonna go? Castle doesn't have anything for me, and I'm still, like, 4 GBs away from getting into caves. Indeed, Ritz. Really? That's a first time for you? I feel like it's actually relatively common where I don't have all my slams by the end. I feel like it's probably one of the more missable useful items. But yeah, but also on Forced Boss, yeah, no, thank you. Bosses are usually, okay, bosses are the first things I check if it's glitch logic, because then I have Trough and Scoff skips on, and then I can, you know, just quickly check. But in glitch, hey Scarlet, don't knock over the tall-ass tripod containing my ring light, please and thanks. You devil. I just realized I'm, like, super out of... that's fine. Good enough. Oh, yeah, level 7 boss. By that point, like, if you have all access to all your levels, the bosses are, like, the last thing you were ever considering. Until you're just running around for so long, and you hear the ding, you're like, oh. Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. I don't want that at all. I also probably should have checked BFI. Or not just the BFI, but also, door. I'm going to get hit by a random thing, and then have to resume the entire climb all over again. Alright, I'll need to go back for that later. 8. I mean, I haven't seen very many enemies. It's been like spiders, beavers, and the occasional claptrap, which is quite the selection. Almost as quite as these warps. Okay, at least one sends me all the way up top. That is one silver lining. Well, the rest of these warps suck ass. Also, I apologize if you can hear some truck going to fucking town outside. I can't exactly close all my windows right now because it's getting to be warmer and I need fresh air. And also, I'm sick, so I definitely need fresh air. Just looking for other things in here. I like the fitting music. It's good. Okay. Alright, let's just do my regular old castle circuit. Underground first. Loop around, and then I guess we just walk the whole distance. Whose balloon? Oh, lizard. Alright, stop getting junk items onto splats. Push to 6. Who has... Eddie has some. Not for long, he don't. I feel like this journey into castle is gonna be mostly GBs. Because based on hints, the only hint, that actually leads to a thing. By a thing, I mean, or a path key leading to, or coming from a level that I actually have, is caves leading to key 1. And caves is on 15, which is like, it's pretty close. Yeah, Orange Blaster for Crusha is hella cool, especially since they got the lag aspect of it really down. As in, like, they lowered the lag caused by it. So it's not, doesn't become a problem. Right, it doesn't do AoE either. I'm like, what if the explosion reached just behind there, and I could peek what that splat actually has? Alright, what is logic for CBs, so... I also didn't see what was on that. I flat out wasn't looking. GB. I don't think... Actually, good question. Does have the same spawn point as Chunky. Alright, good call. Good call. I can just stick it in there and shoot him from behind bars. Perfect. I was thinking, like, using the AoE of, like, the orange explosion, but yeah, they took that out for the blast. I didn't consider just sticking it in there. Alright, Melon. Take that. I just didn't consider sticking it in there. It happens. Oh, another lizard balloon. Yeah, well, it would be absolutely busted. Okay, let's just save this for a few seconds from now. CB's in Factory. Oh, beauty. Oh, beautiful. Anytime I get one of those hints, and it's before I enter level, it's a pearl. It's a gem. A beautiful revelation. Oh, that's the... Well, I've not been keeping track of how many hints I've been getting in this level. I think I've read 3. And I could definitely check on the pause menu, but it's I'm still running around. I'll probably find another door or 2 anyway. Okay, nothing. Good. Ba-dum. Helm already done Diddy's Metal. It's more a matter of whether or not I need the boss door for this one as well. There's a 253. Which, normally when I see a number that high, I'm like, yeah, it's probably not required. But I also know that, wow, blueprint in this one. For a fact that... Actually, like, you just got a bit of money. You can probably afford this. I know for a fact that a 284 Aztec is WAF, so, like, I can't exactly obey that theory much anymore. Which sucks. I miss being able to ballpark whether or not a boss is required by just looking at the number and like being, yep, that's close to maximum. Definitely not needed. But, oh well. It happened. I can't actually do... Yeah, let's try this. Can't do Diddy's room in here? Really, I just wanted to come here for another banger. Oh, thanks. I'm really just thinking whether or not... This is not the right way, by the way. This is almost certainly confusing. Yeah, it is. Just in case, like, there's an arena in Diddy's room down here. Which I think there can be. But I'm not entirely sure, and when I'm not entirely sure, I might as well check. Okay, maybe I was thinking of Chunkies. Or maybe I am thinking of the right column, and it just wasn't there. Alright. Time to do the loop around aisles, looking for the rest of the splats and also the rest of the hints, and then doing greenhouse, and I can't actually do trash can. It's a lack gun. Huh. I only just now clicked with me. Quintuple dip. Oh my. Yeah. That's almost certainly something I'm going to have to live through when Plando exists. Oh, there's no... That's why I'm so low on health. There's no melon drops. I only just noticed because I just killed the gold beaver and didn't drop 2. And just now. Yeah, sextuple did with the battle crown there. Yeah, all 5 rooms and the arena. You can bring it up to 7 or 8, depending on where the fairies are. You can have to revisit Helm 8 times for each of the 8 individual checks. Ooh, another chunky move. Hey, it's a coconut gun. If only I knew where the coconut gun man was. Funky chunky. And what else? Crown. How much coin? 4, you're not buying shit. 7, I'm going to pass on buying that, actually. Alright, resume the climb. There weren't any CBs there, so I should have just kept using that warp. Is Chunky 25? I'll peek the museum. Just for A, to peek at the check itself, and also just for a few more CB locations. Out of my way. Ooh, there's... Hey. Monkey Port Ballroom Dirt. Or Ballroom Monkey Port Dirt. No, either or. Bunch of tiny coins in there. Alright, there is even some money here. Perfect. And the chip. Oh, a lot of money, actually. Damn! I thought this was a museum, not a bank. I think I just got like $11 from that. That was... This is the best trip to museum I've ever had. I would never steal from a museum. It's if they leave it out for me to grab, then it's their fault for me being able to grab it. If they didn't want me to grab it, they wouldn't have left it there. If it was important, they would have put it into an actual bank, and not this money museum bank. It's not behind glass or anything. I don't even see any CBs in here. That's actually weird for this area. Usually I see like at least a few CBs along like the vanilla path. Doesn't look like it. Also no arena back in here either. Scarlet is moseying underneath my desk. And I am very grateful that I'm sitting cross-legged right now because I've been too sick and she's been too squirmy for me to be able to trim her nails. So they are extremely painful right now. And I would rather not have them lunged at. Okay. No arena, no CBs. No point for this greenhouse. I can't even leave out the front door. Yeah. It's just a matter of me being less sick so I have the energy to actually do it, and then her popping up onto my desk when I'm like, hey, what great timing. Fuck it, I might as well. Might as well check here for more CBs. Because it'd be for any Kong, it could be an arena back here, it could be a dirt back here, it could be a splat back here. There's a lot of things that can be in this room. A fairy, apparently? Didn't... The one thing I didn't list? I don't know where it is. That's definitely a GB, but I also definitely still want it. Can I stand on the railing? I can stand in the railing. Not like it's gonna help. Alright, that took a while. Wait, was that fake? Okay. What? Huh? too far? Did it leave the distance after I... Oh my god. Okay. This location sucks then. Okay. There we go. Wow. Alright. I've never had that happen. Where it will unload after it's confirmed, like, yep, you took a picture of it. You got it, Chief. Ow. What happens to the vanilla game? What locations? Oh, and funk. Yeah. The worst fairy in the game. Yeah, I can see that. It just zips around too fast. It goes to the other end of the room. I was thinking, like, maybe in, like, Castle Tree with DK. If you were trying to, like, get the fairy when it's at low water level or something. But, yeah, I definitely can see it happening in Fungal Lobby. Okay, I have blueprints. I'll just turn some in, get into caves that way. Because, we still have nothing to do. Linky has one, Tiny has one. I feel like one other character has one, and I just haven't been paying attention. I also definitely haven't been paying attention to my medal count. Let's say 2. 2 sounds about right. Alright, I'm not gonna forget BFI. We are definitely going to BFI. With the least foreboding music ever. Oh, there's not even an item there. Wow, the original. Hold on. I don't think tough GBs are turned on. Because otherwise, that would be a regular GB. I think. I could very easily be wrong with that assumption. It only took me 7 months, but I found the original in its intended location. Speaking of intended, I'm gonna go browse back here in case there's a dark patch. I was also checking, so as i.e. there, but also like looking in, back here. We did it at long last. Rare GB outside of Galleon, which is what I previously thought the G in GB stood for. Galleon banana. Okay. Hopefully this isn't important. It's just a medal. And it's a 41? Buzz off, please. Miss me with that one. Grain of ice. In my throat, causing pain. Oh, I guess I actually didn't even look at here. Oh, hello. Found Bean immediately. God bless. We love to see the Bean. I'm glad I'm well as well. I've had these seeds piling up and I'm bored. I'm like, damn, I really want to get through this seed of death as it becomes progressively out of date. as more settings are released as I continue to be sick. 165 for this one. Here. Okay. Perfect. Alright, so Cave's Metal Rewards, Path to Key 4. I foresee it's going to be literally just Key 4 on someone's Metal Rewards, so no colored banana left behind today. I was looking for a splat back here because I wanted to shoot him from above, but you know, that works too. This fucking song. Caves Ferry. Have I even killed like a splat that hasn't dropped junk? Feels like I haven't. Feels like it's all just been junk to splats. Let me just peek. Anything important enough? No. I'll be jumping back up there later to actually take the proper notes. Just at a glance, nothing of importance. I think it had enough time to go through an entire cycle of comms. Probably did. Hopefully did. Ideally it did. Potentially it did. Theoretically it could have. Jokes that most gremlins aren't dropping melons. This is the correct, because splats have to? You know what? Very fair point. I am not doing this for 40-something seconds. That is a very good point. Regular enemies aren't dropping the melons, so the splats had to pick up the slack. Very fair point, Gray. Also, morning. How are y'all doing? Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Very cool. But I really am just gonna be in here exclusively for the medal rewards, and then nothing else. Only allowed to watch live. Oh! One of the VOD viewers? I'm always surprised when someone says that they get here from like the VOD's channel. Cause I have no idea how people discover that shit. I literally just upload the raw VOD. I don't know how that maintains any semblance in the YouTube algorithm. But it's not the first time it's happened, and I've been shocked about it, and it certainly won't be the last. Blueprint. Yeah, the VOD's channel is... It's just the whole ass stream, except with like 40 less characters in the stream title, because YouTube has a more stricter title limit. Like Twitch is 140 characters, YouTube is 100. So it's almost the full stream. You're just missing out on a little bit of a joke. Whatever horrible joke I was attempting to make. So I'm with spikes, randomized runs, and you suggested. I mean, that makes sense. I'm just surprised. I mean, my titles are pretty weird. They're probably attention-grabbing in some way. In the weird, extremely long-winded way, not the short, punchy way like you're supposed to do to optimize the YouTube algorithm. Either way. Glad to have you here. Welcome to Hell. Now with slightly more chat interaction and, new to the stream, how is it pronounced? Pneumonia? Something like that. Inflammation in my fucking lungs. Brought to you by singular grains of rice. Hi, cat. You look like you're about to knock over my ring light again. Hey. Hey, baby. You were really cold. You just chilling by the windows? You need some warmth. My warmth, specifically. Don't stick your butt on my face. That's very unladylike. Okay, what was I gonna do? I'm gonna jump up there with my comms, even though I know this jump is probably technically out of logic. You can tell as much because Prussia's phasing in and out of existence, trying to make it. Like, definitely an advanced platform, but probably actually. With Diddy, I wouldn't be surprised if that was just non-advanced platforming logic. The replacements are working. Surprisingly, she's been really calm like this past week. So either her heat ran out just very coincidentally once around the same time I got the thing installed, or she is just extremely susceptible to it, and I'm fine with either of those. Like I've barely heard her mew like at all in like the past week, which is definitely makes the whole being sick thing slightly more tolerable when you don't have a cat mewing for all hours of the day. But no, she hasn't been spayed yet. Next appointment is on the 9th. And then from there, we will see. Damn, imagine the nigh untraceable cat pheromone to calm them down makes me sick. What a horribly specific allergy. Alright, there's the key one. Finally. Alright, was there any dingus up here? No, there wasn't. There was a dingus there. Next to a different thing. Alright, we'll clean up a little bit up by that path that I jumped down to too early to. And then I guess we go and check lobby too. I mean, fuck, what else am I gonna do? You look at these moves and tell me what even a possible course of action could be. Because I got nothing. I have no usable moves. Okay, I have 2 usable moves, but they're not, like, the most useful right now. Now, I do have Mini Monkey. It's just that I haven't found any useful Mini Monkey. Is that Dirt Patch foolish? Is there a Dirt Patch? Did I walk over a Dirt Patch and not see it? Am I being gaslit? I don't remember. Was there one? Oh my god, I didn't. I did not see a dirt patch in Igloo area. well. Okay, let's go get these bananas that are floating over here for Tiny, just to get her or metal potentially finished. Oh, did I really miss one on the way down? Yes. Yes, I did. This is why you ground pound down to these. They are, it's slightly more consistent. It also helps if you're not bad at the video game. And unfortunately, I suffer from bad at video game-itis. It is terminal. I have seconds to live. Am I really gonna do one more slam just to get that one CB? Yeah. Yeah, I think I will. My antibiotics. Yeah. I'm about to run out of those. I haven't been able to get to the drugstore. It's sick. Okay, time to see this dirt patch that I completely skipped over because I'm blind and dumb. Is it just on that platform? It is? I just didn't see it. God damn. That could have been really bad. Holy fuck. That could have been horrible if I had missed that. Well, Seagull, thank you for having a working pair of eyes. Of which I lack. Our exit level. Alright, lobby 2. I nearly missed Monkey Port on a dirt patch that I just did not see. 30? 30! Alright, I know where Featherbow is. Lama Temple to Key 4. Okay. 30 for this, Japes. $30? Alright. Interesting. Morning, Sarah. How are y'all doing? Okay, yeah, Path to K. Rool's as of like a few days ago, like less than a week, specify which phase. So you no longer have an incident of, okay, I have Mini Monkey on the path to, Mini Monkey on the path to K. Rool. Is that for Tiny phase, or do I need Mini Monkey to get Primate Punch for Chunky phase? It eliminates that sort of ambiguity, which probably goes a long way. I can't say for certain with first-hand experience. This is the first time I'm playing with that option available. Yeah, depending on if there is in fact a hint in Aztec, that Aztec lobby slot, I'm just locked out of that. Like, it was shuffled into the level. Actually, do I? Okay, yeah, no. The hint you're thinking of isn't locked behind it, because it's vanilla portal locations. And the only one I'm missing is the DK door, and I know that's in the lobby. So yeah, no literally locked behind that hint, all seed. I didn't mean to do this dive. Oh, I know exactly where I should be going. I know exactly where to be going. Going back to castle, going to ballroom for that dirt patch that I saw. the rice story is not this past Sunday, but last Sunday. I was eating some jambalaya, which is like this nice rice and sausage mixture. Very good. I eat it constantly. One grain of rice got stuck in my throat, and I then proceeded to have like a 10-minute long coughing fit. And it absolutely annihilated my throat. And it's like, alright, I couldn't stream on the following Monday just because of like, my throat is absolutely shot to shit. And then, at around 5 p.m., I became like, really fucking sick. Like, so much so I had to go to bed at 5 p.m. and didn't wake up until like 10 to be like, okay, I need to go make dinner. So even though it's almost certainly me choking to death on that rice didn't give me an actual sickness, it's way funnier if you think of that I got sick for a week because I ate rice too quickly. And that's basically the rice story, about how I was destroyed by rice for 7+ days. And counting! I'm still not fully healed. Rice is evil. Reject rice. Embrace the bean. Our Lord and Savior. Alright. There is a dirt patch and like 9 trillion coins and things in here. And also some CBs. And also I can do this race, actually. Might as well check. Yeah, being great. Rice? Bad. Banana metal? No. I will not be doing that. But Streamer, what about Jetpack? Streamer, you can't possibly forget about Jetpack. Yes, he can. He can and he will. Yeah, he only does have 2. Look at that. Alright, this better be useful. Not useful. Back-to-back jetpack wall seeds. You're making me paranoid. Okay, let's car race. Let's do a little bit of racing. As a treat. To ward off my paranoia. 5-seed galleon. God damn. Jetpack DK Arcade Rapper Race. All hinted waft early on. Damn, are you playing one of my viewer seeds? That sounds familiar. Now, this sounds like something I've had happen to me way too many times. Shoutouts to the B button for making this race actually winnable. It was a first roll. Then please do not submit a viewer seed to me. You might be cursed. And I already have enough cursed ass seeds being sent my way. Okay, what the fuck do I do now? Because that wasn't... Hey! Dark Twig with the Prime Gaming. I appreciate it. 4 months. That's like... almost a year. Ah. Yeah, 6K to submit a seed. The prices have gone up. Every time a seed is submitted and I wish to gouge my eyes out, it goes up. The market will regulate itself eventually. Or so I keep hoping. Okay. What? It's part of me thinks that, like, part of me thinks that it's in the monkey port cave or the monkey port igloo in here, and I just got monkey port. I'm like, well, I guess I better do something else. OTM memorando? I don't know. That would almost certainly take like a whole day. So, A, I need to be fully healed. B, it probably should be on like, yeah, it's not even in here. Should be on like a Saturday, and I have a seemingly endless pile of viewer seats that continue to pile up that I really need to get through sooner rather than later. Cross multiple Wednesdays, that could be doable, in which case, we need to wait for hard gold to be done. I went to the wrong one of these holes. No, I went to the right one of these holes, actually. This is the correct hole. Incredible foreshadowing, Ultimaractus, saying I haven't done a minigame barrel, and then immediately I find one that has a potion in it. And it's fucking teetering turtle trouble. I don't know if it's all turtles. I hope it's not all turtles. Because otherwise the seed just got exponentially longer. By exponentially, I mean like in like 45 to 60 second intervals. Oh no, it's not gonna be all turtles. It's gonna be all turtles and then minecart mayhem. Really lengthen the seed. Alright, what be in here? Launcher. Really? Monkey Port Cave. Alright, we're going to Aztec. Are we? That doesn't even really help me in Aztec. Because that's not a gun that can be used to enter Llama Temple, which is where a key 4 is. And that is actually just a melon. I guess I can enter Face Room in case there's like a splat in there, but like... I definitely don't think there's anything in caves. Blocked behind pineapple. Especially since I already have metal for chunking caves, and that's what got me keep 1. I don't think it'll be another situation of, oh, I got a thing in caves, I need to go use it in caves, and then just accidentally dipped. Yeah, there's not even a splat here. Which is actually really annoying. We don't have dives. We can't do anything. I don't have a dive yet, right? That's just... Oh, I guess I could do 5-door temples. I completely forgot about these when I visited the first time. Even though I had Diddy's pop guns. Those icons better load in. Okay. I was actually getting kind of worried. I was looking at the doors and I didn't see the switches on top. I'm like, oh, are high requirements on? No, I'm just bad. You know, I'll take a ring. Metal. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm getting out of here without getting shot in my little ass. Oh, I am. We have plenty of time. Ba-da. Oh, I do need every single banana I can, because, yeah, this is one where I need to do boss. And I'm still very far away from it. I'm still like 120 CBs from it. Morning, Leggett. How are y'all doing? Dude, are there only cops in this temple? I'm gonna be great at telling this rice story, apparently. So what happened was, not this past Sunday, but the previous Sunday, I had some jambalaya, which you don't know, rice, meat, good time. And some rice just got stuck in my throat, and I had like a 10-minute coughing fit on Sunday night, and it was bad enough that I canceled the following Monday's stream. It was like, my throat was absolutely annihilated. And then, like, by like the evening, I became like actually sick. Like, enough that it stopped me from streaming for the past week. Nice, another bonus barrel.
Welcome to bonus stage.
So the joke has been, I have been sick for the past week, and I'm still technically not recovered fully, because a single grain of rice got stuck in my throat. And that is how my week has been, because it's just been non-stop coughing for 7+ days because of a single grain of rice, and definitely not because I went and did things on the previous Saturday that probably actually got me sick. Teetering Turtle Trouble and Beaver Bother. Ultramaractus, you certainly have a taste in minigames. Oh, I don't even remember how to do this quickly. Please get in. Thank you. Anything special about this seed? It's a viewer seed by Ultramaractus. It has 100 GB at a max, and this is the most useful item I've gotten in like 20 minutes. Oh yeah, there's an item in Helm. Helm aids against my tiny phase, so it's either Featherbow or something locking Featherbow. On 100 GB Helm, probably. That is also a part of the seed I have to deal with. Oh yeah, and on Dirt, I nearly missed Monkey Port. Which, admittedly, probably would have stumped me. Actually, would have stumped me for a while, because I wouldn't have gone back to see that Shockwave. Yeah, nothing obscene. It's basically, it's mainly just the 100 GB Helm thing that's gonna bite me in the ass. Chunky 5 PT. Well, now at least I can do vases. Both barrel throwing and a fairy camera in there. Godspeed. Godspeed to you, Ice Cold Halo. That's, congratulations. That's half the game. Between two codeless potions. Good luck, have fun. Yeah, but there's a difference between you end up with 100 CBs just doing random checks, and you need 100, or not CBs, GBs, and you need 100 GBs to get your progression. before probably stumbling around even longer. Like, things just get worse and worse with more time. Yeah, I didn't think this was going to be actual. Also, I don't know why I didn't shoot this while I was in here last time. Yeah, because there's an actual move in Helm. So I need to do things for even longer. Yeah, that's the issue here. What am I at? 199. How did I get a 99? Who has odd number of Lanky? What happened, Lanky? Okay, it's either Featherbow or the thing that leads to Featherbow. Hi, cat. You're attacking my legs and I don't like it. What other barrel throwing things can I do? We know it's Feather, not Mini Monkey, because, like, I have Mini Monkey. Yeah. So if it's on the path to Tiny Phase, then yeah, it's 100% Featherbow or its subsidiaries. Hi, Blind and Seagull. I'm Lousy. Nice to meet you, too. Alright, I didn't even check what this was. Blueprint, don't care.
You're lousy.
Yeah, if it's something from Mini Monkey. Yeah, I can probably afford a few more GBs. Yeah, I can afford a few more GBs. Yeah, there's a few things that you probably want Featherbow for. But still, not having a gun and knowing it's going to be locked until, like, the last 20% of your seed definitely still blows. I think I actually want to do a recount of my blueprints. Oh, wrong button. 1, 2, 0, 1. Okay. 1, 2. Yeah, Spider Boss is locked out, but yeah. Yeah, I think you're right on that. I think Feather has... Yeah, Feather and Grape are around the same number of checks, I think. Which is like 3 or something. Can't Chunky logically kill a spider? I mean, if I ended up there in, like, loading zone rando. I don't think I'm allowed in there as Chunky. And yeah, tag anywhere, no logic. Oh, I went completely wrong. Oh, I didn't mark that off. That's why I was so confused. Reading my shop stuff, and I'm like, oh, I can buy 2 GBs from Candy. No, I already did. Am I this desperate?
Welcome to bonus stage.
This really is the smorgasbord of bad minigames. Passed up. Why did I hold the control stick? Why did I hold the control stick?
Welcome to bonus stage.
You're lousy.
Yeah, that was on me. I would have made it in time. I just switched tracks when I wasn't supposed to. Alright, they're converged. This has now become significantly easier to bait. They have unconverged. The simpleness of the bait has dissipated. We have hard bait. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm just gonna not do that. I'm just gonna not do that, actually.
You're lousy.
Let's skip it longer. I usually don't have that hard of a time with, with Minecraft Mayhem. Usually the cards, when I get the cards converged on one another, they don't split. Well, that's a little weird one. Anyway, that's the 26 and then the 4 blueprints I'm looking for. Alright, turn these in and go to 30 japes. Yeah, it's I'm just out of touch and out of time. It just happened, okay? Alright. Yeah, usually I do autocomplete as well, but also more often than not I'm doing viewer seeds and the viewers want me to play the worst parts of this video game. It happens. Alright, get these two, get up to 30, get into James. Which is not even, like, useful, because I don't have anything in Japes that's, like, there's nothing that's leading to a path to anything. Yeah, Teeter Turtle really does suck. It's basically mindless. Even though it does love to drop my inputs, which is like the only real challenge in it. Alright. Alright, to Isles, to Japes. Yeah, exactly. It's just do, reload, do, reload, do, reload, do, reload, and then you eventually have your eyes curl up into the back of your head from brain damage. Alright, where are we leaning this off to? Okay, solid, good opening work. Whew! Morning, Grudge Max. How are y'all doing? I'm still dying. Oh my good gravy. Anyone pops in, and I'm gonna add, someone's gonna say, hey, ask him about the rice thing in the title. Ooh, hello. No, this custom music. You can tell because I keep getting rickrolled. Alright, what's in here? Crown and blueprint. So the rice thing is that last Sunday I had some jambalaya, which is, you know, some nice rice and meat mixtures, good times, and a little grain got stuck in my throat, and I had like a 10-minute coughing fit. And it canceled that following Monday's stream because like my throat was absolutely annihilated. Like, I could not talk that long. Nice DK wrap, by the way. And then, like, later that day, I became, like, actually sick. And have been for the whole damn week. So even though choking on that rice didn't make me sick for a week, probably, but it's also way funnier of a headcanon, if you think of it that way. Yeah, here's the thing, the amount of time that it would take for me to put in the effort of describing the rice scenario is probably longer than it will take for me to just explain the rice scenario every time it comes up. Yeah, I can endure the worst of can't believe it's not Plando that this game can offer. But one grainy boy will annihilate me for a week. No way. There's no way this is the third item rando seed in the past week where a Kong is on the Jape's cage. There's no fucking way DK's in here. Okay, no, it's just locked on this. Okay. Wow. Well, in this case, Red Slam and Grape Shooter. What a good set. Okay. Outside Kong cage. Okay, very cool. Everyone has their gun but Tiny, who is locked in Helm. That's not cool, actually. That's very shit. Okay, I need to go back and grab that hint. Hellish settings for the day. It's actually nothing that's, like, super hellish. It's mostly just, like, my regular settings, except Helm has 100 GBs requirement for it, and we already know that, for better or for worse, bracket worse, something on the path to my tiny phase is in Helm. So I'm gonna be getting a lot of GBs today. Is that the JX Jacob? No, it's one of the many imposters that popped up on my Discord. I don't know where they keep coming from. Yeah, things could also get really bad because almost certainly I'm not getting Helm door hints. Because that is one unfortunate byproduct of viewer seeds, where if you set the Helm doors, you appropriately don't get the hint for it because, you know, usually you're the one setting those requirements, so you don't need a useless hint. However, I'm not the one making these seeds, so I don't know what my doors are. Anyway, this is a $12 key. For key 2. Oh yeah, what did I say for restrictions? What did I say for the door? Did I do anything with that? Oh, did I not actually write that in? Oh my god, I don't think I did. Well, I did the rules. I seem to have forgotten that part. Whoops. It's fine. If I get to the point where I have all of my hints, I actually did write a script that scours the viewer, that scours the spoiler log and extracts the Helm door requirements. So like, if I get literally every hint, and it's like, okay, I don't have my Helm doors, I'll just run that script to get what my Helm door requirements are, to sort of simulate as if they were actually there. Like, I do have that there. And I also retrofitted so I don't have to just go through the spoiler log for, like, most of the actual settings. I kind of just scoured that. Just scrape from there. Which is really useful, because the settings don't tell you if extra hints are turned on. So I have to go to that part of the JSON and just sort of count if there's more than 2 extra hints and be like, yeah, that's probably turned on. You probably have instrument hints enabled. Which is nice because I can get my answers for things I should definitely know, I should probably know before going in without actually spoiling myself. I have some smart moments, and then other times I allow myself viewer submissions and deny a $12 GB. The hints are there. Or the miscellaneous hints? Like the instrument ones? Yeah, in that case. My code isn't shit. I've also just now realized is Cranky's lab is the inside of the Deku tree. It's a very solemn laboratory. How expensive is the grade? No. There will be no unauthorized rice entering my system. That is a health and safety concern. And will also deprive your fellow viewers of weeks of content. Unlike the advertisement, you can deprive viewers of like 90 seconds of content. Oh, hell yeah. Hi, Scarlet. You not want to lunge at my fucking arms? Meanie? Wait, that's the only one I can't do. Yeah, unauthorized rice is not something I thought I'd have to worry about either, but it happens.
Jacobian.
Thank you for the Jacobian. And also for the 2 months. Ice Gold Code. Appreciate it. As it turns out, reading sub notifications and shooting at a balloon simultaneously sucks. Alright, so we haven't gotten much out of this James visit. Time for like an instrument upgrade. So, nice. This music? I don't know. We will never know. It's like some weird indie production called Super Mario 64. You probably never heard of it. GB. It's Chunkies. More Zelda music? Well, you either convert it yourself or wait for other people to make it. And only one of those options you're allowed to complain about. Ah! Jape's tunnels, why do you hurt me so? Yeah, the Mario, you know, brother of Luigi, that guy. Weird that they would give him a spin-off, but you know, yeah. Dude, I've just realized an hour and a bit in. Japes, there is no boss door. Factory, there's no boss door. Fungi, there's no boss door. I do this to start. I didn't remember. Both in Helm don't exist. I have all the fairies and isles already. Castles, ferries are done. 1 caves. None in forest, none in galleon, none in factory. Both in Aztec. None in japes. Holy shit, I didn't realize I was this bad. Okay. All patches in japes are done. There's 1 in Aztec. There's all in factory. There's only 1 in galleon total. Both in forest. All in caves. All 1 of them. 1 of 0 in castle. And then half of them in isles. And then for crowns, Aztec, galleon, castle. That's why I couldn't find castles. It was already pre-done. And then I've already done the other, both of the isles. This is how I know I'm rusty. That's usually I open the seed and I press the start button sort of check. Wow. That's Yep, there's an FPS counter. I don't usually turn it on, but everyone seems to love turning it on when they submit seats. I can't tell if it's just like that's just a thing that people do, or if it's just like yeah, let's just put the count on the screen. Why the hell not? Also, this isn't Japes Underground. Even though this is Japes Underground that I'm about to go to. That's not because of lag or a skill issue. Well, usually the FPS will go back to normal by the time I actually recover from the skill issue. Let's see with the debugger active. And we don't know if that's one of the funny things from Balam's Seed of Death. At least I don't. Someone probably does. I really did just void out making that landing. Very cool. Very cool CB placement. Oh, I don't need to collect any more CBs because there's no boss door. Chucky already has metal. Chucky still already has his metal. Alright, what fucking warp is on the other side of this? 4. That's probably the one at the base of the mountain. Or actually could be on either of the sides. I don't think I paid attention to those ones. No, not top. Yeah. A lot of the custom music that's been popping up in the past few weeks sound really fucking good. Makes me really sad that I've been sick for the past eternity, so I haven't been able to play more seeds than have had them. That link's there. Where's the fucking forward?
Oh, it's right there.
There we go. $38. And all the fairies done. Oh wait, yeah, Jape's stump was off. I wonder why. Alright, let's just climb that out of the way. Oh, I wish I remembered that this was Roth and beelined it earlier. Because now I have to I just have to rerun around Isle, or rerun around Japes, now with DK. How do you get stuck there? I don't know. It just happened. I can't do this. This requires... oranges or an instrument. So this is non-logic, but it could have CBs. There could be CBs in here. Like at least 15. Actually, this is, I can sit with this. This is tolerable. He's just chilling. Alright, shoutouts to the most tame enemies I've had in months in Shell Hive. I can actually get this. This is a very bad out of logic. So fucking good at the game. So fucking good at this video game. So fucking good at this video game. Ow! I backflipped into a beat! Alright. This GG is very out of logic. Until I get either an instrument or orange throwing. Igloo to key 8. Oh, you mean that place where I got Monkey Port is on the path to key 8? Gosh golly! Who'da thunk? Alright. Let's quickly do DK checks. And also the Baboon Blast. I think, yeah, there's more than enough CBs to get us metal. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely go into the custom music channel. Like the music files channel, I think it's specifically called, and just download all of them. They're good. That's fake. That's fake. That's fake. Alright, no one's Ramby Cage are required. Bean! I knew there was a reason for me to stick around here. I knew it. I knew there's a reason to stay here. We love it. We love to see it. Okay, anyone else don't have their... Really? Diddy doesn't? Okay, I could probably peek into Mountain. Mountain might have it. Just to get it out of the way and I don't have to worry about it later. Alright, yeah. There's some... Oh, that's all of them, actually. Please, camera. I'm also gonna peek in here for the arena. That is fake. That I know is fake, and I'm not grabbing it this time. Everyone's got their thing in here. Look if there's like an arena, just chilling here. Go these boxes. This way up and all that. Okay. That's all I want to do. I wanted to exit all the way out, but you know, halfway out works too. Alright, I'm gonna quickly peek at what's in lobby 4. I'm definitely going to go into Aztec next, regardless. Because there are things in Llama Temple, and I finally have access to it. I'm sorry, did I say 70 fucking 4? If you are a wet level enthusiast, boy howdy, do I have bad news for you. Cabins to Diddy phase. Alright, so yeah, 100%. Get these hints in. That specific music track really does add the feeling of getting a really shitty hint. It's an ideal spot for it. Didn't I just get this hint? Cave's cabin. Cave's cabin to Diddy's fight. Cave's cabin to Diddy's fight. Alright, well, we know... I mean, I already have Peanuts. So one of them has Rocket Barrel, and the other one probably has Gazump, or an instrument that leads to said Rocket Barrel. Spider Dance is the most integral part of the DK64 experience. Including also Never Gonna Give You Up. That's also a pretty integral part of DK64. Yeah, 2 items. What? One's Rocket Barrel, the other probably the instrument that gets me into a different cabin that gets me into Rocket Barrel. Yeah, it cannot be a duplicate hint. So 100% it is 2 different things in there. No, Peanuts was a starting item. So like a billion trillion %, it's Rocket Barrel, and then probably an instrument to get into one of the other cabins. Or 2 items leading to Rocket Barrel. You know, if we wish to curse ourselves. Oh, that CB path actually lasted way shorter than I thought it was going to. Oh yeah, because it goes this way. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, now to actually get into Llama Temple. At long last. Now I have Gold DK and then also Grape. So, something in here, path to key 4. Ideally, it's key 4. I should probably just slam. Is that real? That's real. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing this damage boost. I need to go across the gaps anyway to get all the CBs so I can do Aztec Boss Waff. I'm gonna die in here. It was a really ill-advised damage boost. Okay, that wasn't even a damage boost. I just missed. Oh, wow. There's no respawn zone in Llama Temple. Alright, today I learned. It's probably the first time anyone's died in Llama Temple. I'm discovering something for the first time. For the betterment of mankind. The knowledge that if you die in Llama Temple, you get sent all the way the fuck out. It's not a long trip, so it's not a huge issue, but... eh. I did it again. So I don't need to this time because this is a way shorter jump. What am I at? Okay. We are homing in on the required amount for Aztec Boss. I would be surprised if I can't get it right now. Especially since I have 2 5-door temples available. Which are probably both fucking loaded. I mean, I've heard of a big sand cave. I know that there's only sadness for me in there. By sadness, I mean minecart mayhem. My money! Alright, there's the ding. Ew. So what's up in this barrel? Crown. Alright, so it's either on the underwater concage, which I can't do for like at least 3 reasons, or it's on that. Oh, hello, Twirl. Fancy running into you here. Alright. Yep, there it is. Okay, there's key 4. Good sounds. First try. Not a single wrong attempt. It's so easy. It's the easiest minigame. Okay. So there's one more lobby available. I don't know why I'm not just exiting the level, honestly. Because the warp right next to me sends me to the Trophenscoff. Actually, does it? Where is the Trophenscoff? Was it outside this 2 warp? Yeah, key 4 unlocks lobby 5. Unless I really am just really far out of it. Yeah, because the only ones that don't unlock lobbies are 3 and then 6 plus 7. Nice 1 in 6, 5, 6, 1 chance. Yeah, I'm grinding up on my ability to get rare chances. Soon I'll be able to do the chunky shooting and fungi without having to do any shooting. Yeah, it's just a simple system where 1 unlocks 2, 2 unlocks 3 and 4, 3 doesn't unlock shit, 4 unlocks 5, 5 unlocks 6 and 7, and then 6 and 7 combined unlock Helm. It's a simple system, really. No, at no point could there be any confusion about numbers. Yeah, I don't have any instruments, and I have 2 different things in caves cabins that are locked and or required for rocket barrel, and all of those are instrument locked. Ooh. Oh, am I about to be dogged and tooed? First of all, that's red. Am I about to get dogged and tooed? No, just cut out. Okay, we're just in cutout. Yeah, because some... That's a new one. Anyone else see this before? Anyone know that these mecha bees were waterproof? Because I didn't. They built them really well. They can be submerged underwater for like 30 minutes. And that like IPX 68 or whatever it's called. Yeah, bees under the sea. I've never had such a restricted enemy list where I have the privilege of seeing underwater bees. This is good. This is a good ass seed. Yeah, third phase kinda sucks. I kinda dislike unused fourth a little bit more. Just because I have a harder time telling when it's gonna stop. And he says as he loses Chunky in a horrible cannoning accident. I was standing at the starting one. I didn't know it. I mean, does this always start on the same one? If I just vibe outside this one, does it immediately? Well, A, it does, and B, I'm dead. Why, yes, I know I'm at 1/4 health and was about to die. Because there's no health refills between Kongs. Alright. What is this item? Watch this be Rocket Barrel and just absolutely annihilate the hint system. Like, oh, it's required for Diddy Face. Well, Diddy Face comes after Chunky Face, so you need Primate Punch. That's what's in cabins. Alright, Wath Spring. That's a weird one. There's no health refill between Kongs on the boss. It was more of a no refills because I couldn't kill the enemies because there's no enemies to give me refills from. Okay, Spring. That's probably for a cabin. That's probably one of the cave's cabins. I know I looked at the Isle Spring check, and that was wrong. Verily... Oh, I was going the right way the first time. Oh, it's been so long. Yeah, I could have access to level 5. There could be a lot of places where this could end up sprawling into. Ow. Sure. Oh, fairy. I know there's nothing on the fairy door. So... this is mainly just in case of the Helm door hint. Or a lack thereof. Oh, that's the one CB I missed with Lanky. Yeah, it could spiral. It could be block tower, it could be treasure room. Am I reconnection successful? Hello? Gamers? Are we alive? There's nothing in here. This is a blueprint. Well, that was frightening. I'm very glad that the little text in OBS is in, like, the bottom left, which just happens to be in, like, barely in the peripheral vision. So I actually saw it. Suffering pretty bad. Yeah, I technically haven't dropped any frames, but I definitely just had, like, 8 iterations of reconnecting. So Twitch might have ate shit for a little bit there. Might have been a Twitch issue, yeah. You know, just your regular 2:49 p.m. Maintenance. Shapes Chop to key 2. Thank you, I noticed. Oh, there's one hint that's in the forest proper. Foolish for mushroom exterior. Oh, whoops. Igloo. Ooh. Oh, whoops, wrong section. Igloo to tiny phase. Which gave me monkey port. Gave me monkey port, which gave me pineapple, which... Okay. That's basically a useless hint. That is a useless hint. That is like the 3rd item in the seed. Oh yeah, monkey board is also needed for Helm. That is true. We could just interpret it like that. Oh, wow. Owl tree foolish as well? Mushroom exterior and owl tree, both foolish. Before walking into there. That's actually really nice. Yeah. Because I'm very... Yeah. Diving 100%. Okay, we have one Diddy blueprint, one tiny, one chunky. So that's still only 3. So I gotta go, like, buy, like, 5. What are some quick ones? I'm trying to think of where I would go for just density's sake. But I realize I only have 4 levels. Nothing I can do. Caves. Caves is where I want to go. I have Red Slam, so I can do Ice Castle. I can do DK's Boom Blast. I can... That's about it, actually. It's not nearly as good of a trip as I thought it was going to be. There's like 2 more GBs I can buy in the shop with DK. Lanky. I don't need to collect more. I'm going to get to the CB requirement for Cave Boss any second now. I believe there was... No, this is back here. Yes, I do know that there's arena there. It was a metal, I'm fairly certain. Get up to that door. Can't get up to that door. Oh, caves. Why do you have the worst door locations? few more. Okay. This is not nearly as good of a trip up here as I thought it was gonna be. The more I think about it, the more I'm thinking. Probably should have went to Castle. I mean, I need GBs. And also CBs. Well, gamers, we're taking the long way around. The way that validated the existence of the caves. The last hint. Look, we will see some nuts. Anyway, this is your daily reminder. If you don't know when you're doing this, just go to the far left one. It's like the shortest path possible. Like I think it's shorter than Japes if you just immediately go left. Like not that one, not that one, that one. Like it is almost shorter than the Japes speed blast. Unfortunately, I must collect yellow potassium collectibles. So I must take the full long way. Alright, don't be a painful mini. What am I saying? It's gonna be fucking me, brother.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I mean, at least it's easy. Clear if the game uses 3 different color segments. Yeah. Are all 3 of them isolated? Like completely from one another? Like they kind of just loop add to the beginning of the other? Okay. Oh, good lord. Suppose you know that the area... You can get to Area 3 quickly. Ah! Yeah. I see what you mean. 41. No, there's a splat inside the one that you break with the giant rock. But I lack several steps to get that one. I lack Primate Bunch to get in. I lack Hunky Chunky to pick up the giant rock. And I can't even peek out what it is because I don't have an instrument to kill him from afar. Did I not buy this? No, I did. I'm just losing my mind. 42. I'll go this way just to get the ice castle. And then I can go check boss. Which I honestly might do if it's a GB. As horrible as that is. Medals, I think 4 is actually accurate. I might only have 4. What do you got for me? Want a banana. Yes, please. I'm sad that there's 2 iterations of the music here. I wanted to listen to that first one. Oh, this is sped up. I didn't realize. That's only a 30-second timer. Good lord.
Wow, I never thought I would get to share my 9-month streak in the chat. I thought you would have died before I birthed this baby.
Well, thank you, Sailor, for the 9 months. Congrats on the baby and not dying in childbirth. We're proud of you. Needed for jetpack, I think that... Metal, rare GB... Oh, that actually wasn't in the settings. No, I guess I haven't looked at the requirement from Cranky himself. I probably should. Unfortunately, the Cranky in this level is actually blocked off, so I can't. Ow. Oh, I definitely should. Mikey, really? Tiny and Diddy don't have theirs? Okay, Tiny is like real close. Diddy's far. Diddy is far as shit. Alright, I'm gonna have Helm's Path to Key 5. This is what happens when you watch the stream for too long. Things start wearing... Wait, Path to Key 5? Wait a minute! You have 2 entire lobbies locked behind Helm. That's... Oh. You got a banger on your hands. That's a... That's a good one. This is the worst path I could have taken. Alright, Caves Boss. What do you got for me? It's lockbind as well. That is all. Ooh. Yeah, that's a fair point. You're gonna be very hint locked to get into Helm. Well, good luck. Ba-dum. All right. Yep, Scarlet's climbing behind my desk. Baby. Hi. I'm about to do this, boss. For a single GB. Hello. Thanks for sticking your ass up at the cam. I guess I have Twirl. Is Magic really all that faster than just going to a level where DK could buy something? Probably not. Do I care? Also probably not. Yeah. There's a lot of things that means that, like, you're gonna have them, like, really densely packed in the first few levels. So there won't be as much back and forth, but also you've lost 2 lobbies to Helm. You're gonna have a very fucked endgame. Oh, it was over here. 6 and 7 cannot have lines? Oh yeah, 6 and 7 because they're locked behind. Why did I long jump? 6 and 7 can't because they're locked behind 5. And 5's in Helm. 2... I don't know why 2 in your seat would be locked, unless it's Aztec and you know Twirl is deep or something. Oh, vines to get up. Oh, you don't have pre-activated Isles warps. Oh. Now that's a setting I've not heard of in a very long time. Yeah, I missed that part. Also, I can't believe I just squandered the best switch luck for a Mad Jack phase because I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, that's not that much worse. That's a little bit worse. I had to waste 2 lasers. Alright, 46. I also need 1 more. I can buy that in Isles. Okay, cool. Nice. Well, I mean, I'm still not fully recovered, so the rice is technically never left. Alright, I wanted a second pearl. Ba-dum. Alright, 7. Turning my 3 blueprints, going to forest. Okay. I also kind of just want to check Banana Horde. Oh, you know what? Also, fair point. I actually should go look into the jetpack requirements. Fair point. 10. Okay. That's not bad. Okay, while I'm here, Chunky, you have the money. Might as well get my 5th. And just hope I stumble upon the other 5. And hope that of my factory hints, or my galleon hints, don't contain. They say that you should really you should play on a retro console and experience 2-bit color. Dirt patch, dirt patch, dirt patch, dirt patch, dirt patch. Wherefore art thou, dirt patch? Well, there's no dirt patch, but I got my money back. And that's also another really silly thing I didn't look at. More money for Chunky. Okay, no to splat back here. Good to know. I hate making that jump when I don't have the camera like this, like just coming out of the warp. I always misjudge where anything is. Yeah, that's a medal. Dude, what are the singing strings required for one of the only 10 medals required so I can get jetpack? Dude, what if? Mikey didn't have a blueprint. Tiny and chunky. Yeah, good luck on the gaming. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know why I decided to backflip 3 times. It's me summoning good luck so I can go to forest and not have a brain aneurysm. Alright. Big 50. I wanted to do this. I didn't actually remember what was down here. Metal. Might as well. Okay. I don't really know what to expect out of this forest, because there's 2 whole regions that are barren. Mushroom Exterior and Owl Tree. Center isn't gonna have a lot for... Oh, it's a 47. Why did I think it was 50? Don't know. I now have bad vibes from this forest. One leads me to Foolish Owl. Well, it's Foolish Owl Tree, but also, like, you know, it's probably good. Actually, Foolish Owl Tree, I might be able to use this for knowledge. If there's, like, a splat in here, I can get some knowledge. Ideally, there's a spot here. Alright, that's the last force hint. BFI, Foolish. Thanks, I noticed. Please put a splat in here. I want knowledge. Okay, dirt patch. You know what? Close enough. Alright, what? Can I rule something out? No, I can't. Okay. That sucks. Feels like the song is desyncing right here. Like, one sounds like half a note behind. That might just be the original song. I don't think I've heard it. What's wrong with that one? Bug report. Music desyncing. Bone banana. I should. I need... It might be Mario Party 1. There it is? Okay. Yeah, it could be a mistake in the file, but it could be something. It might be intentional. It might be how the song actually just sounds, and I don't know it because I don't have played Mario Party. The music just came with the pack. Yeah, you can always just report intended behavior. Like, hey, did you know that you can punch the Robo-Kremlings with Primate Punch and knock them over? Put that in Bug's report. The devs love it when you do that. I'm so fucking good. Oh, I'm so good! I will never stop self-congratulating myself anytime I end a minecart with exactly 69 GBs. Because I am, in fact, mentally 12 years old. Yeah, bug report... Bug report. Spiders are in the game. You should probably fix those. Well, I can do things at the... No, I can't do things at the top of the mushroom. That's not useful. A rank stand, you're not useful to me. Homing, however, very useful. I like you. Mills, Casp. Yeah, DK eats a bug. I think that's an issue. Alright, I don't have Primate Punch. So this is the only way I'm getting to the other half of Mills. And I should probably check in here a little bit. That's out of logic. Is there anything? No, nothing crazy. One day, taking that entrance will be useful. And I will continue to acknowledge it potentially being useful until it actually is. No, splats up there. I'm so glad I didn't miss. Oh yeah, Rafters is, I guess, also one of the places where Seeming Spring can be useful. Sucks that it's also another thing locked by Gazump. We've all kind of come to the conclusion that Gazump is probably in Cave's cabin. So I'm verily Gazump locked. Still Gazump or dive locked. Or... yeah. Not getting to... well... okay, there's a scenario in... Galleon where I don't need dive. Where a warp will just send me to, will just send me to the top of the tower. And I won't need to get dive to get into there. So technically, once I get, you know, 74 fucking GBs and I get into Galleon, we can see if that is where the Simian Spring Hint is going. For a treasure room that doesn't technically require diving. Alright, I know this is foolish. However, you and I both know that last sentence included 74 GBs for Galleon. So I might as well. So we can also possibly scout out what other foolish items are for the seed. No. Dude, can I get something in a foolish region that isn't a GB? I wish to rule out what's on my Helm doors. Usually that plays outside? I don't know. I think it's from Mario Party 1? Or so, yeah, someone said it was from Mario Party 1. What it is exactly? Unclear. This is almost certainly one of the songs that UMed set initially, so I think it's one of the first wave of, like, when the Music Fell channel was first made, it was like a spree of, like, 20-something songs from Bismuth. So I'm pretty sure it's in there. Oh! That's not getting acquired for a very long time. That is deep in this fucking seed. It's the same order every time, and every time I will continue to question it. Oh my god, do I have to do Tiny before or after Lanky? Still a GB. What is she playing with that's causing so much noise? Eh.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Anyway, I'm desperate. And also this is like the fourth check in a foolish region that isn't a GB. Or that is still a GB. Which is concerning, which makes me think I'm going to need to start collecting every medal and blueprint. Because something is required for those Helm doors. And I'm not going to be liking it. Please don't choke on the last fucking gamer, Jacob. Thank you. Alright. Oh, wrong way. It's more GBs. Oh, I don't like this. I'm really not liking this knowledge. I really don't like this knowledge. Okay, I'm not going the whole way for this. I draw the line at Forest Bee Blast. Now there's also no boss here. I'm like, this metal. I will go through Foolish Regions for a GB just to try to get the inverse knowledge of what is allowed in a Foolish Region. Also, nice arena placement. Nice attempt to grab it as well. I'm not desperate enough to do the entirety of that. Oh my god. Please, I beg of you, give me something that is a not GB. They're all GBs. They are all GBs. Non-tenant, just annoying to fix. Okay. Oh, it is. Okay, so it is just the DK64 sound font being funny. Yeah, Jetpack Fool, medals for Jetpack Foolish, or blueprints for no Helm, for it not being on the Helm door. So the fact that I'm only seeing GBs in Foolish regions means that I'm either getting a required jetpack or those two collectibles are going to be on a Helm door, and I'm going to be very happy about them. Okay, Forest Arena. Another fucking GB. Okay. Alright, from here on out, blueprints and medals are on high alert. At this point, I'm pretty thoroughly convinced they're both needed. Because one of them surely would have appeared across like 7 checks in a Foolish region. What are my other Foolish regions? BFI, which was a GB because the reward, the BFI Fairy Gift was nothing. Door was unshuffled because tough GBs are turned off. Tough GBs are turned off. Interesting. Yeah, tough GBs are turned off. Interesting. And then factory CBs, and you know, factories locked behind fucking dive right now. And then the 2 places we've already been through in Forest. Jape's Underground? I think Jape's Underground also had a GB. I don't like it here. This forest has cursed me with knowledge I did not ask for. I'm buying everything in the shop, actually. I'm frightened. All of these could be useful. I have some blueprints. I've just been like, I get them and then I put them down to 0. So I can't turn them in. But like in terms of totals, I probably have like, I want to ballpark like low 10s. I'd be surprised if I was over 15 blueprints. I feel like I'm at like maybe 10 or 11. If I was just wagering a guess right now, like 10 or 11. Because I've done a few dumps. In fact, I might as well look at that now. Alright, I bought 2 more medals. We're at 63. And this shop is completely fucking empty. Alright. Alright, totals. A, 1 crown, that. 9 medals, so I'm actually only 1 away. 3 fairies. 9 blueprints, okay. So I haven't passed the 10 threshold, but like... I'm at 9. So I'm like 1 less than I thought I was, really. A GB. Alright, what's on the old beanstalk? A medal. Medal on bean. Might be important later. Alright, there's my 10th blueprint. Tiny doesn't. Alright, am I about to buy everything out of this shop as well? It's not gonna preview it to me. Oh, I'll just grab these for the metal. And then we shall attempt. Oh, rainbow. That's the other thing. I haven't been keeping track of my rainbow coin count. 7. Alright. If that's on a Helm door, I think we're pretty set on that one. GB, blueprint, fairy. I'm buying everything again. Except maybe the fairy. I'll buy everything. Okay, lizard was on, right? Yeah. Alright, we're actually getting surprisingly close to Galleon entrance. Entrance fee of 70 fucking 4. I'm gonna put the fairy on track preemptively, because I know I'm about to forget. Anything else in Forest that I just haven't done? Lanky Attic. At night? And then... honestly, yeah, I think that's it. I think that really is the only night check I can do right now. Can't do Winch. Can't do Barn. Can't do any of the mill stuff at night. No, it's up to them. I don't want to be there. Two CBs were up here. Nice. just finished hers. A long loop. It's a subtle nod to how Fungi Forest was intended to be a Banjo-Kazooie level. How clever. DK's really the only one who doesn't have his done. But damn. None of these warps actually send me... Oh, no, they don't, because I got there from Chunky Minecart. So Tiny does the catering, yeah. And the accounting. Oh my god. Desk. Cat evenly under the desk. More CVs for Kongs I definitely already have. I want to ask you why I didn't switch to a better Kong. I don't have an answer for you. Okay, 68. Yeah, Tiny's design change in Racing DS is so confusing. Like, why? Why do they have to? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I know okay. Oh, I might have just solved a weird... there's no way this is actually true. But Racing DS, they took out Conker and Banjo, right? Did Tiny replace Banjo? And because Banjo was probably a heavier weight class, they aged her up because they kept the same stats on the car? That's how they justified her being of a higher weight class, because she's just physically larger? Is that how that worked? There's no way, right? There's no way that the decision to maintain the exact same car stats as the vanilla game ended up with, we're going to redesign an entire character to be older. Tiny and Dixie replaced Banjo and Conker. Yeah, Tiny replaced Banjo. Oh, I'm fighting against these. Yeah, they had different Kongs. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if they were going to go that avenue, like, why wouldn't they just use a different Kong? But, oh, my horrible theory makes a crumb of sense. If Banjo was like a higher weight class in Diddy Kong Racing, then what would make sense for a small character like Tiny? Yeah, you can even put a real DK in there. Yeah, if they, I mean, yeah, they want to have more diversity, sure. But this is they wanted to have a larger Kong to make it make more sense with Banjo's stats. Which is such a roundabout way. Anyway, my train of thought have been absolutely derailed by the worst crack theory in human history. Okay. Wrong way. Stack out of my hands. I'm missing a Diddy hint in James. No, yeah. It's weird that Tiny is large. Okay, Fungi I'm out of hands. Aztec I'm out of hands. Caves I have so many more hints. Castle I'm missing 2 hints. How am I missing... I thought I would have been missing the DK hint in James. Instead of timing the start boost, the player either uses stylus or blow into the microphone. No way! Use the stylus or blow into the microphone. Oh. Ooh, that I didn't know. That was a change. I don't know where I'm going, by the way. I'm stalling. Brain cells. Why? I mean, if they want to make it justify being on the DS, sure, but like... No, that's not a sure. You're on the DS. You're already justifying by having the map down there, probably. I think the one time the DS as a physical gimmick was ever funny to me was Phantom Hourglass, where you had, like, this weird thing on the top screen, and then, like, your actual map on the bottom screen. And it was, you clamp the DS together to press the stamp from the top screen onto the bottom screen. That's the only time the DS has been cool as a form function. Every other time? No. I 1000% got stuck for a while as a kid, and I just closed my DS because, like, I don't know what I'm doing. And then I just come back to it and, like, oh, it's solved. And it's only later, in later years, I realized, oh, that's the intention of it. You are physically pressing the stamp from one screen to the other. Oh yeah, the other one where you had to, like, draw your own map because there wasn't one given. That was also cool. Phantom Hourglass is a cool game, is what I'm now realizing. Phantom Hourglass is officially getting a pass in terms of Zelda games that with required touch controls. Better music dungeon design? I don't remember either of those two. I only remember the cool parts. Therefore, in my mind, that's pretty neat. Dude, I don't even know if I would ever go back and play Phantom Hourglass, now I think about it. Because, like, I hate holding the DS now. Like, the 3DS specifically, but also just, you know, the family of systems. They just, it hurts to hold for too long of a period of time. In Phantom Hourglass, you kind of need the whole touchpad. And I've thought of, like, this, like, absolutely jank setup where I would have my drawing tablet on my lap and then using that and mapping it to, like, to only be a part of the emulator window where it's the bottom screen and kind of use it like that, but, like, that also seems extremely jank. Like, I don't know how I would go about revisiting any, like, touchscreen heavy game. Which is a shame, because there's a bunch of 3DS games that I'm like, yeah, these are pretty cool. Sucks that hurting the console hurts my hands. I never played Spirit Tracks. That's, I always saw footage of it, and I was like, ah, you ride trains and Zelda's a ghost. That's neat. Changes your down B in Smash Brothers. That's the extent of my knowledge. Feeling less like an obstacle course and more of a dungeon. Interesting. Sucks, my hands hurt. I won't ever be able to play it. Anyway, speaking of hands hurt and playing it, we now have 10 medals to go do Jetpack. Which, if it's holding up the progression of my seed, fucking oops. Chance to win a Oh, shit. Oh my god, it really is holding up the fucking seed. I thought this was just I have so many things in shops that I could, like, get into Galleon sort of deal. But no. Jetpack is holding up the seed. Which explains why Ultramaractus was like, hey, do you know what your requirement for Jetpack is? Oh, diving is a good guess. Diving locks an entire lobby, and then, you know, Galleon. And also, a lot of things in Tiny Temple, which is one of the locations I know is on the path to Key 8. It's just I haven't had anything to actually do with it. Did I collect it? No, I haven't. Like, I didn't see it. Did I pick that up? Because it seemed like it... Okay, I didn't. Oh my god, it just disappears. Constantly. Okay. I don't know if I picked that up. I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. Reward collected. We love off-centered text. It's green. Primate Punch. Yeah, I didn't realize how short of a respawn timer that item has. Because I think I always usually collect it with, like, the first few seconds of it existing. I've never had that issue. Yeah, 100% I'm going back to caves after this. Because there's an entire shop, an out-of-logic check with Gorilla Gone. Like, probably a few other things. Very. Yeah, GGG isn't in logic until I get either an instrument or oranges. We can do Chunky Crypt, actually. You can go and do that. Saxophone specifically for it to be an item in logic. Logic form an instrument, tagging words in logic. No, orange throwing. Orange throwing in Shell Hive is part of it. It's either the orange throwing or instrument. So if I do get get orange throwing, then yeah, the thing goes into logic. Oh yeah, it has to be. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Wow, these are all blueprints. I'm buying all of them. I don't know why I denied that. Chunky blue. Anywhere else that's high density for punch checks? Honestly, no. Yeah, I think it's just caves. In terms of just density. There's a blueprint in museum that we peeked out earlier. Yeah, one spider boss, which I don't need. I can't do because I don't have bow. Thankfully, I don't have to do... what is it called? Conveyor belt in mills. Because... Because that requires triangle to start the thing.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Go through Helm hints or lock behind key 5, which is required to access the get. We love the hint system. Alright, this is just ye old GB, but still nice to have. This serves no purpose. I just like slamming on it every time. Judge me. It reveals my collection of dice. Anything else I really quickly want to do? 10. No. I think I'm just gonna go to caves. There's probably a few things I could just grab in Castle. Shed, technically not. Because Shed, yeah, out of logic, gone. That's why, exactly. It's either you need gone plus pineapple or instrument. And because because gone is out of logic, I am putting off making the return trip. Anyway, I'm just gonna pound this while I'm thinking about it. Reminder, that's another colorless potion. Alright, this check is also out of logic because of the same G-Gone reason. Yeah, I already peeked at a museum. It was a... What was it? I think it was a blueprint. And I didn't have punch at the time, so I'm like, yeah, might as well not. It's also out of logic, but it's also quicker to get to. And there's also a medal, which surely can't be needed for a jetpack and a home door. That'd just be silly. Right? Right? There we go. I see blueprints on there. I don't see a potion, but I also didn't get too good of a look. Ooh! Finally! Progression. My rare coin. Now I'm on the copia. Oh, I'm at 7 fairies. Blueprint, GB. Well, actually, let's buy this. Let's do the whole thing out. Arcade Waff? We don't know. Our starting items are Baboon Blast and Gorilla Grab, but Factory's locked behind Dive. God knows where that is. I don't think it's in Helm, because Factory Shops is path to 6. And I'd like to think that is a logical assumption to make. So it's a matter of, it could be soon, it's just, it could be a while. Now, if you want the real funny thing about the upcoming gal, well, Tiny's actually running out of money. Our double Caves Cabin to Diddy Kong Rule phase Galleon Caves is also Path to Karul phase. You think we're gonna get lucky and I can actually just get it outright now and get this whole chain started? Get Rocket Barrel? Because I hope so. I hope there's an instrument in Dry Galleon. And it's not on Cannon Game requiring dive. Alright. 74 GBs. Off to Galleon. Advanced platforming is not enabled. No, this is glitchless. So I cannot logically get to Cannon Game right now without dive. So we're hoping for like a splat just vibing around here, a fairy above one of the two-door ship switches, or chest. You disappoint me immensely, Mr. Kasplat. Fairy. There we go. No! You are not what I'm looking for! I'm trying to find an instrument! Ugh. Yeah, it could be for L-shape, but I'm still missing a fucking instrument. Okay. I don't know if this requires dive logically. That's fake. I deserve that one. Three. Okay, it takes me to that side, so I don't have to do the funny. Okay, that's... We can go Beetle Race, but we should also clear out the rest of this place because there's like 9 other locations we could be being misled from. This is not advanced copium. What are you talking about? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Don't be dive. Do not be dive. Gorlagon's now in logic! GG is in logic! I didn't mean to exit. I did not mean to exit. I'm going back. That was just a flat-out flub. Ooh. Fairy is in the underwater region. So I assume if it's in the underwater region, it requires dive gameplay. Okay. Interesting. And I guess it kind of makes sense because I think I pseudo-dived accidentally just even trying to take a picture of it. Alright, go back in there. There was GB, and I don't think I grabbed it. Did I grab it? I did grab it. I wanted to punch the rest of these. Because there's nothing in there, actually. There can't be. Yeah, it makes sense why it's in the region. It is physically down there. Okay, Diddy's the one Kong that doesn't need more of that, actually. Yeah, I really do want some instruments. It's why I'm mad that these 2 items aren't instruments. Because that's the one thing I absolutely need the most of right now. That's... I can't even peek that side, really. Well, that was our one hope of a Simian spring check that doesn't require dive. And that isn't even spawning. Oh my god, is it actually like out of range of the bullet, but not of the... Whoops. Well, I'm making a return trip. The item may be instrumental, especially since one of them puts Gorilla Gun into logic, and the other is Baboon Balloon. But... yeah, Tiny Cabin in logic. Yeah, that could be what it's going to be for Tiny Cabin. But also, we're still missing a fucking instrument for that. 200. 200 for that door. Almost thought that was fake, because that did a very low hop. Yeah, Beetle Race absolutely is accessible right now. Which I don't like right now. Because it means I have to go back to caves. And I don't want to. Tiny's the only one without their gun, because their gun is locked into Helm. How could I forget? Yeah, I'm clearly gonna need the extra hints from Helm, like the instrument ones, because I have nothing to work with. I don't know where any of those bastards are. Where does this warp take me? Yeah, useless. I'm not complaining. How did I live that? Because if I was putting money on it, I would have died a horrible death. Money. Money. I did that wrong. I forgot that I have to wait for the full loop for Galleon B-Blast. I'm just antsy thinking about, am I really gonna have Beetle Race lock diving? Because I feel like I'm about to. Alright, what is on this? Just for knowledge's sake. Blueprint? Cool. The other downside is that there's like 3 Galleon hints still on the table, and they're all underwater. So those are also deeply nestled into the seed. What do we got? Ooh! Instrument? Instrument. Don't be Strong Kong, please. I beg of you. Give me an instrument. I don't care. I don't care if it's bongos. I just want an instrument. Let me up. Do not Strong Kong me. Why? How is every instrument locked so far deep into the seed? Please. I wish to play one funny song. Caves, yeah, Caves Lobby does have a colorless, so that's where we're going next. I mean, yeah, that is a good thing. Yeah, there is merit to getting Strong Kong, so I can get that colorless potion, but also I really want just a single instrument right now. Just, like, conceptually. Not even, like, pragmatically. I want one. It is absurd that I am this far into a seed and have 0 instruments. Yeah, diving ideally. Oh, potion. Oh. 2DS does stay open, I'm pretty sure. Well, now we're definitely going back to fucking caves. If anything's on giant Kosha rock.
Monkey Man go hoopla.
He does. It's true. Thank you, Bob, for the bits. I mean, Wind Tower... Actually, hasn't that been changed? Where... Wind Tower accepts, or logically, either homing or sniper? Or is it still an either-or with regular shooting? Because I know that was a point of contention a while back. Or I guess it's a consistent point of contention because it's not intuitive.
Monkey Man also go Ura.
That's true. Base lodge should be homing or sniper. Okay, yeah. So, Wind Tower is accessible. I should probably go check it because it's fucking half the Diddy phase. Yeah, chunky tree otherwise. I'm actually running out of coins, surprisingly. Tiny is fucking broke. I don't know why I'm surprised I'm broke. I've cleared out like the past 5 shops straight. Like to be sniper just to see reaction? When I'm this far deep and looking for fucking dive, yeah, sniper will definitely get a Corona of agony out of me. Nice fairy. What do you got, Seal? Banana pure gold. Finally, something that isn't a potion. Yeah, I can actually look at what the Kasplat in the caves is, yeah. Like, we continue to nudge me in the direction like, hey, Jake, you go caves, there's this thing in caves. I'm going to caves! That's where we're going. Let me finish these shops. Finally, a simple purchasing decision for the everyman. 1 banana. I want to here's the thing, I can't get that potion because it's blocked behind dive. Dude. If I could go race the seal, I'd be glad if that was a potion right now. However, we have a severe hydrophobia problem between this gang of monkeys. Alright, I'm actually gonna be a bit more... Who has the... that, okay. A, I walked in with the wrong Kong, right? B, this is not a real cool shooter. This is like golden banana. Is that a setting that was turned off, or is that a bug? Because that is verily not a real cool shooter. Are shop hints off? Are they? I'm gonna leave these 4 GBs here, by the way, just because I'm so strapped for money. Yeah, shop hints. I mean, the icon. Are those different settings? I'm really confused. Wow, there's not even a Kasplat up here. This is the worst galleon I've ever seen. Take caves to solve the mystery of 9 different checks. Okay, caves lobby. Give me the goods. I.e., not, ammo belt. Please and thanks. Indicators off. It's on. You can see lots of we were buying. Yeah. I had that one scene. I'm like, yeah, I'm making it a fucking rule. Indicators have to be on. That is pain otherwise. Yep. There's ammo belt 1. As predicted from the start of this sentence. Joy to the world. Yeah, they are individual settings. Okay, hold on. I just want to look where they are. Because maybe it's not in... Because I think that should have been in my restrictions, but... shop indicator. Where's... Icon shop's indicator, setting being turned off. Where is the setting for text or shop hints? Is it item reward previews? Under gameplay. Misc. Oh, it's a misc change, isn't it? Is it a misc change? No, it isn't a misc change. It's a single column on the left screen. Oh, enable shop hints. Yeah, that should have been... Okay, that should have been turned on. That might have just been something that skipped under Ultimate Rectus's radar or something. When they were putting together the settings. So yeah, that might just be turned off. I don't know. It's not a thing included in the spoiler log. So I can't say if it is or not. I've never read the text into anyway, so it's like it's really not something that usually affects it. It's mostly just in that case where it's like, I wanted the text hint, so I knew whether or not I just walked in with the wrong column when I was trying to apply the blueprint, where the rest of them had bananas. That is why I was concerned about it. Or it was on the top of my mind. Did I put the rock down? I don't actually remember if I put the rock down. Oh, it does not look like it, actually. Part of me thinks I forgot. I could have baboon ballooned over to it. You know what? This also ties into me checking Beetle Race. You know what? Why not? We check Beetle Race lobby. For the Kasplat. Because I love that Kasplat location. I sound like I'm being sarcastic. No, I genuinely do love the idea that there is a Kasplat on the lobby of Beetle Race. But not, you know, not the actual Beetle Race checked proper. You're golden banana. Beetle Race, nothing. No Kasplat in here by the looks of it. Yeah. No Kasplatty boy, nothing. Alright. There's one atrocity. Sidestepped. Now to just deal with like 5 more. Dude. Completely red homing oranges are fucking cursed. Oh, why is this the worst constructed hill in human history? Okay. Alright, finally. 1 hint door in caves I can access now. Yeah, I kind of figured that. So at least we know. Actually, we don't know what her Helm order is. That could, in fact, still just be a random thing. So at least we know exactly whose instruments we're going to need before, you know, walking into Helm. Nice. Lanky also needs money. It's Lanky, Helm Lanky specifically is kinda nice. But we know something Helm is for Tiny Face. Or Path 2 at the very least. Alright. What is on this bastard? Because I haven't been able to peek at it. Yes! Finally! An instrument! Oh, joyous day. Oh. Alright, nothing else up here. Cool. Cool. Perfect. Alright, we have, like, 2 cabins and an igloo. We now have access to. Yeah, he doesn't need to be in the Helm order. This could be another instrument that I could require. I could still need at least 3 more. Blueprint, but also, you know, grabbing it for reasons, because I'm scared of Helm doors. Trombone could be on the fucking pad. Yeah. I thought pad... Is the pad logically after you do everything else? Like you turn off Blastomatic? Or is that, like... Okay, yeah. Funny. Okay. Tilt-a-whirl. What do you got? Hammer Crown Lanky Metal. Yeah. Hello? Are we finally getting off this show on the road? Can we finally do things in cabins? Oops. Is this dive? Because if so, we're going right back to fucking Gallia. Or we could go Tiny Temple. Because that also hasn't resolved itself. There we go. There we go. Alright. The seed is now progressing at a breakneck pace. Prepare yourselves. So I can't get in this, I'm just getting this for the hint. Oh my lord. Alright, maybe I'm not getting the hint. Aztec Chunky Candy. Okay. Aztec Chunky Candy. I already bought it. Did you know? You need Mini Monkey in this seed. Oh, I'm so glad I came back for this hint. I don't know if this is possible. I just want to see if I can. No. Worth a shot. Yeah, that arena has been checked. It's not important. Back up a Tiny Diddy? Really? I thought that was locked behind the old jetpack. Well, you know. Alright, you're all dead. Melon! Alright, I'm gonna go back for that hint then. Alright, that should also be all the caves hints in that case. Alright. Oh, fuck. Where do we want to go first? That's actually a... It's actually a really interesting case for where I go next. Because I think I should be going galley, not factory. Because path keys assume lobby access, which assumes dive. But also I really want those fucking hints. So... So I don't think anything that would be Path to Diddy phase would be in factory, or at least hinted as such. Wow. There is also a spring check here. That is also true. Alright, I have grab, so I logically can get up there. Cave's cabin. Those keeping track, that is the third Cave's cabin hint. Tiny Beehive, Wave the Horde. I'm not writing that down. I know I need Gorilla Gone. And we already got it. So, you know. Oops. If I didn't do that out of logic, that would be an amazing hint to get. Is it the fourth? It was two... two for Diddy Face, and now this last one. Unless there's another Caves Cabin hint, I've just... Oh my god, is there more? No. Jape's Diddy free item. Or free Diddy item. That was grape. Grape? Okay, that means vulture shooting and tiny temple. Actually no, that could mean for key 4 in Llama Temple. Hello? My honey? My darling? My ragtime gal? Fuck you! Give me my gazump! Yeah, Grape already left a great key 4. Yeah, that's the thing. So, like, it could be done, but it also could mean vulture shooting because it's still something in Tiny Temple we need to go resolve. And I think that's what that could be for. 2 to rule, 1 Wath. Actually, no, I don't think there was a Wath that led to cabins. Do I really want to do this right now? Yeah, because of the Simian Spring thing. Yeah, the Simian Spring thing is... Nice warps, by the way. Simian Spring thing is why we're here. Carla Bananas in Factory are also foolish. By the by. And I don't want to buy any more things. P4 was before Factory Lobby. Yeah. And I wouldn't put this game past to give me horrible hints. They've done it before. But yeah, I know I'm going to Tiny Temple anyway. At some point. I presume it will be important for that reason. GB on the ferry. GB on this Splat whose head I've just caved in. Really? 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 That worked? I actually wanted to climb back up because Tiny is the Kong who is most broke and would most appreciate those $3. So in terms of hints that are in Factory, Factory shop to key 6. I anticipate this is going to be key 6 just proper, chillin'. That's a GB. Doesn't look like there's a spot up there either. And I'm really hoping it's not on Tiny because she's fucking broke. Almost forgot what the C started with. The Splat's carrying only melons. Tiny Prod, another GB. I think I could stop collecting GBs at this point. Because I already have enough blueprints laying about to be able to cash in. You have come. The title scratch your head with a confused monkey to math test. Your condolences for having to come up with the first place. Hey! You don't know about... You're not on the server. You don't know about the rice incident that has led to me not be able to stream for a week. Also, morning, Fletler. The rice incident basically being I had jambalaya like last Sunday night. Which is like this rice and sausage mix. Very good. Would recommend. And will eat again, despite the health risks. Okay, we know what Simian Spring's for. I'll go back for that later. And the rice got stuck in my throat, and I had a horrible 10-minute coughing fit that just absolutely thoroughly thrashed my throat enough that I'm like, I can't stream this on this day. And I didn't stream on the following Monday. And then later that day, I became actually sick. So, you know, I definitely didn't become sick for an entire week because I coughed too hard because of a rice. But it's a lot funnier of a story if I did. And that's the rice story. Yeah, dude, I completely forgot that Diddy's prod required Simeon Spring. So I'm with you on thinking, yeah, I need a fucking... Oh, nice, my second round. Thinking I needed to go to testing room for Block Tower. Ugh. A pearl I don't need because pearls only go up to 4 naturally. Yeah. There's key 6, key 7 is up in there. Okay. Gamers, the seed is progressing. This seed is actually going somewhere. Tiny also had to move? Did she? Oh, she did. Nice. Fuck! I needed those 3 coins on the pole. I should have worked the pole a little more. Would have been able to afford it. I'm buying this 4th pearl, even though I know it's literally useless. Like, a natural pearl door will only be up to 3. I'm buying the 4th pearl to make a point. What point am I making? I don't know. But it's a point. Or, I mean, to be fair, I did just full clear, like, the past 5 shops in a row. So, like, on high prices, I ran out of money so fucking quick. Oh, hi, baby. How are you? Hi. Here, Snuggle. You here to join me for the end of the seed? Oh, what a very trustworthy GB that is. Come here. Come sit here. The blueprint. I'm gonna just... Stop looking up like me like that. Yeah, since the last stream, she hasn't... She either has fallen out of her heat cycle that she was in and just hasn't gone back. Or she is way more susceptible to the Fellaway that I bought that's supposed to calm her down. Which would be weird because Fellaway advertised it may take up to 3 weeks to take effect, but like maybe Scarlett's been fine with it and it's good for her this whole time. I'm not doing this DKRK for a medal, by the way. Unless it was a Helm door, and then I will come back for it. Yeah, Sheep is doing good. That is true. It's a very condensed space. Webcam, please. Okay, where's the ferry? Do I even want to do that? Not really. I really don't, actually. Oasis. Foolish. Oasis. Oh, I need tiny coins. I got some more tiny coins. Need a spare change for my gal? Oh no. Are they arena? Oh my god, that's the fucking arena. Well, I guess I am going this way. God damn. I nearly missed that. Oh, why did I do that? Yeah, very rare sighting for vanilla arenas, especially in factory. But I guess I started with, grab, so it probably was not hard for the rando to place it. Another fairy. For 20-something seconds, I'll do it. That's not a big deal. What is a big deal? I didn't find any more money. So, I'm about to exit level, climb down the pole again, get the stuff, and then go back to that shop, which is down the pole anyway. Actually, you know what? Actually, no. I'm not gonna do that. Because there's like a splat on top, or outside of Power Shack. And I would be stupid to leave it be. Alright. At this point, I'm convinced that if there is a blueprint door in Helm, unless it like super, super high rolls, I think I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm so fine, dude. It's not important. Rainbow coin. We can pass on that. Yeah, I think the highest it can go is 30. So, at this point, I'm pretty sure I'm at 20. So unless I get, like, really bad rolls, I'll be fine. Dude, I'm actually kind of surprised this seat is kind of wrapping up. Like, we're about to have Helm access. We already have nearly 100 GBs to get into it with. Helm doors are probably satisfied in some capacity just because of all the shit I've collected. And it's still only been around 4 hours. That's about how as long my normal seats go. Yeah, the square footage of my apartment is like 550. It's, for how deep in the heart of the city I got, and for how cheap my rent is, I'm floored I have this deal. This is like, oh, there was coins right there. Whoops. Like, there's a decent amount of room for... $12 coins. I could actually just get an instrument. My first actual... Oh, actually, my second instrument. Okay, hold on. This is so hard. Candy... Tiny... Alright. I know about the thing, and I do still remember the 21st night of September. The key 7 in R Prod. It's just that the warp to it is the one in front. Actually, no, it's not the one in front of the shop. Where's the warp? To mid a prod. Oh, well, yeah, because I've seen that warp. Okay, I misinterpreted where my warps are. Oh, good job. Where's the last warp? Oh, is that? Oh my god, it might actually just be in storage. I don't think I took that warp. Right, normal as GB, don't need it. Metal, probably don't need it. Okay, then we climb prod, and then we do the thing. Yada, 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 yada. Neat. Helm order? I don't know yet. No. There are technically some hints that are still unaccounted for, I think. Particularly Galleon, because we're all locked by dive. Yeah, that's the quickest way. Can't believe this. To tell you what Ren is over here. Yeah, I think, yeah, New York is one of those places where I'm like, yeah, I've definitely heard about how bad things are. Yeah, that's the fucking warp. Where's the warp that's down to mid of prod? Okay, yeah, 100% storage. Ugh. My call off hit me differently. Oh my god, there were so many more tiny coins. If I made one correct movement, I would have saw all of them. Please let me in. Yeah, that sends me there. Storage warp sends me mid of prod. Yep. Ugh. I think that's the last factory hint. Yeah. There's still one in Japes I haven't found. Galleon Fairy, Tiny Slam Button. That was Baboon Balloon. Did Baboon Balloon even lead me to anything yet? No, I don't think so. Alright, there's key 7. Okay. Next on the list of things I want to go resolve. Aztec Tiny Temple. Yeah, Wind Tower is accessible. Those are things I haven't yet checked. Remembered this existed. Oh yeah, Gold Tower. So they can actually reach the other side. That is true. I couldn't get a peek at it because it's a bonus barrel, and bonus barrels have funny render distances. Ours right now is 4,300. Got a deal for 800. Oh, yeah, for 800 square foot and only 2,900. That is good. However, even if you don't convert just raw USD to Canadian, that's still double what I'm paying for. That's... God. New York is fucked. That's a lot. Okay. We are in here looking for something that would be Path to P8. Ideally, an instrument. Because at this point, what else do I have left? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Another medal. Another underwater mecha bee. Good for them. Instrument. First use. Actually, second use. I got into first use offensively. Saw the melon. I nearly skipped this. In fact, I probably should have. Damn, I should have come here if I wanted $20. Look at her, she's fucking loaded. Even though I have no reason to do this, because I've been to every shop. I don't gotta buy things no more. Yeah. There's... Oh, is that trombone? Or is that sprint? It's trombone. Oh, I hate doing this with my left hand. Vulture. Okay, that satisfies the grape shooting thing. Because that's 100%... I need that in Helm, obviously. Anything else I want to do immediately? Anything that's Baboon Balloon locked? Wind Tower. Wind Tower's a one check, and then I have to do Galleon. No, I'm gonna do Galleon first. Oh yeah, and Dungeon. Yeah, I guess I can do that now, because I now have Trombone. No, the only thing I've gotten in Cave's Cabin so far is diving. So even if I'm not looking at the boom balloon things, this could be, you know, any dive locked check for this one. Am I still trying to grab the wrong one? Yes. There we go. Sax was diving locked. That is true, actually. Ooh, that's a fair point. Which means it could be in Tiny Cabin, which would make the orange things make sense. But Baboon Balloon is the one that was explicitly hinted, right? Or just now explicitly hinted. Did I miss that one? Blueprint. Is convoluted just because because the seed was so backloaded, right? Everything's happening all at once. I can't really keep track of everything. Or at least not most things. And plus, one of those paths include fucking dive. So, you know, you kind of can't rule out the entirety of Gloomy Galleon. As much as I wish I could. What a horrible orange dive that was. I'm worried my ever be good for Helm. Need rocket barrel for Drool. That is true. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't know Helm order. Nice beat. Nice other beat. Rainbow coin and melon. No, thank you. Oh, I didn't mean to get back in that. Whoops. I meant to actually miss the melon. Happy 4 hour. Especially to Scarlet, who is fast asleep. Alright, there's hints I could be getting, potentially. Okay. DK Lanky Diddy. Well, there goes that theory. Okay, so Tiny's not in Helm. And Saxophone was... Okay, I think 1,000% I should be going to... I do still need Gazump as well, that's true. Oh, fuck. 1,000% I think I should be going to Tiny's cabin. Yeah. Turbo Feather. Oh, you're right, because Lanky's is the one that actually has their Featherbow locking item. I hate making this jump if I missed it the first time. Because I never remember where the fuck it is. Wow! How did I get that much height? Yeah, Helm to get Feather, and then Dip to go find Gazump and friends. The thing is, like, where... I can't think off the top of my head where would be that would be Feather locked. Like, there's nothing hinted that's really screaming up at me. Nice miss. Oh yeah, Aztec Lobby. Oh, that is a fair point. Okay, what is up there? That's just the blueprint! Wasn't this? Alright, clams. Can you help me get into Helm without doing as much of a dump at Snides? Well, I can if I actually, touch the thing. Yeah, Wind Tower probably has the Baboon Balloon. Unless it's some, like, real funny thing where it's like... Okay. Yeah, I mean, Igloo, yeah. Yeah, either in Igloo, which is a region that's been hinted a few times now. Or, it could be... what am I thinking? Please let me collect this large fairy. I haven't had this much issue collecting something in Treasure Chest in months. Like, since they've changed the hitboxes. What was I thinking? What am I trying to say? L-shaped cabin, but not the GB, but like a dirt patch or a splat in there. I think one of those is a valid option. And I know I've had one of those before. So it's on the mind. Sorry, baby. Did DK have his medal? He finished his medal. Yeah, I think, satisfy the cabins. Yeah. No dirt patch in Lanky's cabin. I know I've had something in the cabin that wasn't the cabin itself. Like, just the check. So maybe it was like a splat? Maybe it was a fair... I know I've had one in there before. I haven't been able to check any other cabins because I only just got the instruments recently. I am potentially incorrectly prioritizing dive checks, even though I did just prioritize a dive check in Aztec. I'm this close to bailing on Galleon. I'm so close to bailing on Galleon and just going back to caves. Barrel throwing to key 8, which was part of the whole situation. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, barrel throwing on the path to, yeah, everything. I get it. Okay, I'm gonna orphan all the lighthouse area, and I'm gonna orphan the two-door ships. Where are we going? Caves. I'm going to willingly make this flub of orphaning 5-door ship and lighthouse. Just mark. I did in fact grab that tiny potion in factory. Otherwise, it's gonna sit there and haunt me. Make me think I didn't. Right, yeah. Kinda want to do also this area. I don't know the timings when I'm not Crusha. Oh, right, it's on this side of the room. Alright, cool. Chat is back? What, did chat die? Yeah, something happened? I'm running around too much. Weird. Oh, good morning. How are you? No, she's gonna go sleep somewhere else. Which means I can put myself back on camera. Hi, it's me. My white balance is shit. That's not in logic, Jacob. Not even looking at it. I'm just kind of hoping. I love it. I mean, it's not even like a breaking logic thing. Oh, no. It's in fucking Wind Tower, isn't it? It's not even a logic break. It's just a speed up thing. Like, I have the things required for this. I'm just taking a little less time. Even though I have to kill it anyway to open the door. Well. Yep. Where's the L shape? Thankfully, this warp takes me to L shape. When we can actually do this dumb, horrible theory I had. Yep! I knew it! It's sprint to finish the cabin I'm in. I knew there was gonna be something in there. Alright, now is this itself something? It is literally... You walk in to catch the ferry to get sprint to clear the room you caught the ferry in. Oh. I am so glad that I saw that coming a mile a fucking way. That's so good. This is one of the few times where expecting the worst really does pay off. L-shaped ferry, and this is just L-shaped. That was a good-ass seed. Alright, still need a gazump for something. Wow. All 5 pearls. God damn. Okay. Rocket barrel. Sprint. Okay, we're gonna go to forest. Because at the top of Giant Mushroom, there's a potion. And quite frankly, it's running out of options for that potion to not be useful. Yeah, there's just one random potion left lingering in my available options. And I'm really hoping it's Gazump. Otherwise, yeah, it might be a quickly bodge up to 105. Which die again? Oh no, oh no. I might have dropped a few frames. Am I alive? I hope I'm alive. Yeah, I did just drop like 500 frames. So, whoops. Whoopsie daisy. I drew up with the frame. That's not the one where the rocket barrel is. Yeah, 510 frames. Fucking whoops. Oh, hello, Kasplat. You're not important. However...
Welcome to bonus stage.
Oops. Fucking oops. I hate Batty Barrel Bandits. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't need Sniper, but that's something that's been available for a while. So if I do need to do Chunky Tree for something, it's been in Logic for a while. Yeah, it's one fewer thing this potion could be, which is the bright side. It's more likely this could be Gazam.
Well done.
But that is a pretty sizable blunder. There's Kazam. All right, we're gonna go cash and go to Helm. All right, who has the most? 3, 5. Turn into 5. So I know this because I have the spoiler log scraper, but the maximum B locker in these settings was set to 105, and I didn't make a deal for it because like it's so close to 100 that if I got to 100 and it was in go mode anyway, I was just gonna do the funny backflip in Helm lobby anyway. So I don't mind that much. Yeah, tone deficit to 4 required instruments back to back to back to back to back. Alright, 106. Gets me in regardless. Assume my blueprint counters are extremely off. Because they are. They are so fucking wrong. Okay, so... bearing a really bad set of Helm doors, we might be go mode. We don't know what they are, and we are about to find out. GB on that one. Oh my god, it wasn't even set to... it didn't even roll max. It had a 105 max, but just went to 89. Damn. I got fucked. I got fucking played on my own settings. That is... that's Chunky's. Actually, hold on. Tell me, where is it? Just out of curiosity. Oh! Oh! Gamers! Gamers! This is... I'm... Triangle to feather. Yeah, that's the hinted wath. Well, we're off to go prioritize every triangle check. Probably starting with caves, because that region's been hinted 90 times. It might as well be hinted for 91st. It could have been a lot worse, absolutely. But I was kind of really hoping it would just be Feather Bow and I could just go and kill Karul.
Welcome to bonus stage.
No, it's gonna be the 1 or the 2. Yep. Shafted. Okay, just the 1. Yeah. This is so much easier to kite. Oh, even for the 30? Okay. Alright, Lanky. Yep, that is definitely a potion.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Happy 420. Enjoy this teetering turtle trouble. Yeah, I mean, they are the one. They made the seat. It's their rules. They paid the funny haha points. They could just... You could technically redeem a seed and then just guide me every step of the way. I technically can't stop you. It'd be a very weird choice to babysit me going through a seed for the better part of like 4 hours, but good. I don't suggest it. Or to bait me. And then I learn to ignore you, and then you start giving me actual advice. And then I don't listen because you build a layer of distrust. That's a fucked strategy, actually. Why? I don't like this anymore.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Now, these are not pleasant Helm games. The bright side is that there's no beaver bother. But, like, that's not saying much. Fuck. Yeah, guide me towards bean. If it isn't required, always guide me towards more bean. That is the exception to the rule. Well, I did the same thing again.
Well done.
Oh, I hate Patty Barrel Bandits. I doth not enjoy this. Alright, there's Triangle in Helm. Where's the rocket barrel? This side? Good camera. Completely unhindered rocket barrel. Yeah. I just had a completely unhindered gazump. I only knew it was there because I looked at it with my eyes. Nothing pointed me towards forest mushroom exterior. This is the third Batty Barrel Bandit, yeah. This seed has a minigame pool of like 5. And one of those is Beaver Bother, which is banned from Helm unless it is your only minigame. So it's really a minigame pool of like 4. Fuck.
Well done.
I mean, I've definitely done way too many Batty Barrel Bandits in the past 10 minutes. So I also probably am confusing it with the one that was at the top of the mushroom. This one, however, is definitely the third Batty Barrel Bandit of Helm. I think the worst part about Batty Barrel Bandit is the music never fucking starts. Five hours at the dealership? God damn. Welcome to the end of the seed. We're in Helm, battling some battle bandits. And I'm about to go search through the world for triangle checks because it locks my feather bow.
Well done.
How bad with this seed? Depends on where this feather bow is. Well, it was pretty bad because I was locked out of pretty much every instrument for the better part of 4 hours. And then they were all like back to back to back to back to back. I orphaned the shit out of Sniper and didn't realize until I was going to the top of the mushroom. Oh yeah, I don't know Helm doors. That could also fuck my ass pretty horribly, depending on what the doors are. Ooh. Ooh. I'm still at 7. Okay. One was in the Diddy Vines. Fuck. Like Diddy Vines in storage area. I don't recall a single other location. Shows shop prices to be on high. Yeah. How many hints am I missing? Yeah, do the triangle checks now. 1 in Galleon. A bunch in Castle. 1 in Japes. Okay, I'm gonna do the funny clip just to peek at where the other door is. Like the requirement-wise. So I don't have to make a 3rd trip in here. You know what I mean? This is just for what the other door is. Medals. 30!
Hey Jacob, my seed isn't long. I think you can run my seed now. What's the worst that can happen?
You made a really poor timing with that donation, Humid. This is not the end of the seed. I have a 3rd... Oh, fuck. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 in shops. There are 5 in shops. Oh my fucking lord. Okay. Fuck me running. $30 medals, 10 rainbow coins.
Never mind. The second coming of Jesus will arrive before you finish this seed glitchless.
Yep. 30 medals, of which I know the location of, including this one, 6. So I need to still find like 8 more. And then I have 3 rainbow coins I need to go find, of which I know the location of 1. Gang, we're going to be here a while. And Feather, which is on a triangle check somewhere, but that is less annoying to hunt down. Because it's probably just in Cave's igloo or something. It's probably on another Cave's cabin, honestly. Don't ask me how Okay, I know the location of one other medal. I know the location of one other medal. On top of the ones in shops and the one I just got. And I said... I said I'd go back for it if it was on a Helm door, and boy howdy do I regret having those words leave my mouth. Oh, there was one in... Oh, fuck. In sub. You know what? True. Yeah. Figured that one. Oh, and two-door ship. Okay, one of them. Oh, yeah. Sub was a melon. Dude, if the Helm door is 150 GBs, then congratulations. I get to add a new clause to my Helm door requirements. Don't make the fucking GB requirement higher than 100 in any circumstance. Fucking monsters. Okay, didn't do this for some reason. For some reason I didn't have a trombone at the time. Okay. Nice fairy. Yeah, animal built requirements for Helm doors. What the heck? It happens. It happens, fruit salad. Where am I going? Caves. I'm going to caves because I can buy 3 melon or things there. We were approved. Did you just have an ad play under the video or something? Because I didn't hear anything about Subaru. Ah! Alright, this is basically just full clearing the rest of the seat until I get my stuff. Don't need that. I'm now extremely glad that I did the out of bounds to go peek at that second home door. Because if I scavenged the world looking for rainbow coins, barely got together enough, and then went back and got told, hey, you also need to go do 30 banana medals, I probably would have just clipped out of bounds again out of principle. I don't remember what was on this. I think it was a blueprint. Whatever it was, I already got it, actually. You know what? Sure. I already got it. I don't need to worry about it. Alright, gamers, use the part where you start gaslighting me to say, hey, Jacob, don't you remember? Beetle Race was a banana medal? You can get it there? Jacob? Streamer? Moment enter Jape's lobby. I will go back to Jape's at some point, probably. There's definitely a few banana medals chilling in the Ramby cages, so I'll be going there at some point. I have larger fish to fry. That fish happens to be banana medal shaped. It's a very weird fish. They're very self-conscious about it. Off. I have every move. This is literally just go to a level, full clear it, leave spree. Hello. Goodbye. Nice skid jump, Jacob. Where were the other ones? That side. From a wiki tab. It sounded like an ad of some kind. Okay. That's fine.
Welcome to
I'm just gonna go back to Japes anyway, so. I'm impressed I haven't seen this minigame yet. Although this minigame sucks because now I'm wasting all my homing ammo. Dude, I wish I could inject sound effects for just random ads into the seed. You know, like you pick up a GB and it tells you about saving 15% or more on car insurance. That'd be a good meme. Modify the sound bank to my own desires.
Well done.
Okay. Alright, only 2 rainbow coins more, and I know where one is. Gotta go find the other ones. Trying to reach you about your car's your Bonanza's extended warranty. That actually missed that clump? How? He takes up 90% of the platform. How does the orange miss? Without missing the entire platform. Oh, that's how. Oh, hey! Ninty coin! Wondering where that was. Not required, but funny. It shows you how you can miss. Not only by missing the platform, by him corner camping. Start paying for ad-free seed generation. Yeah, I need to put the ads in there. Get actual like people, the companies to actually pay me for advertising 15% or more on car insurance. With enough channel funny haha points, you can put an ad into the seed. Your ad spot could be here. I could capture Fairy and then get to tell you guys all about Raid Shadow Legends. Just imagine the possibilities. Clearly, DK64 Randomizer is not only the peak of all randomizers, but the peak of all ad space. And is definitely not a horrible joke. It doesn't even show like the name of the item you just pick up beneath you. It just tells you sponsored by. Copyright nightmare waiting to happen. Hey, it's somewhere out there's a company just insane enough to sponsor. One day I'm gonna wake up to the weirdest email from Stream Elements like, hey, we want you to advertise. No VPN GP. Fuck, I need to find the texture that is for the GB, so I can just start replacing it with random companies. I need to find that texture sooner rather than later. We got pivotal ad money on the line. God, that really cost that much. Company logos on bullets. DK's large face inside Candy's shop could actually just be an advertisement as well. The possibilities are endless. Candy's t-shirt. It could be telling you about Subway. This idea keeps getting worse and worse. Alright, another really shitty one on the way. The arch over car race and factory is just the McDonald arches. Another horrible ad spot. There's a lot of places we can go. Tudos' face. Wow! Alright, we know where the last banana coin is. This is mod, you don't remember this part? What, you don't remember the part where Crusha the lizard is absolutely ocean blue and plays the air guitar? That's just the vanilla game. And definitely not DK64randomizer.com, the peak of all randomizers. Available now at dev.dk64randomizer.com. Also morning. Welcome to DK64randomizer.com, where I'm now running around for banana metal so I can open my doors and hide out Helm. It's exactly as bad as you think it is. The bunny's shirt could also be an ad. God, I hate that this idea is now placed in my head as the person who is working on texture pack compatibility, because I'm gonna start seeing these textures as I solve their dimensions and be like, that'd make a good meme. And I'll have the single worst stream on the platform. Yeah, this kind of is a Mario Party minigame, really. In a lot of ways. Shielding a single target from incoming projectiles, that's basically a Mario Party minigame. Alright, anything else in here? Actually, I don't think there's anything left in caves for me. Not like think about it. Every ad is just for DK64 randomizer. And I have to say the full name, dev.dk64randomizer.com, every time. It might be a Kasplat, yeah, but like, no checks. I think I've actually just cleared out caves with how much I've done it. All Kasplats, all fairies, all metals, all that. Oh, the arena. Oh, the arena. Oh, the arena had a medal on it, didn't it? And I orphaned it. Because it took like 50-something seconds. Maybe like 48. No, it was a crown. Get me out. Alright. Japes. Not only so we can get Subaru approved, but also because there's like a bunch of conch cages that probably have things in them. We can also read one last hint door. Because it's locked behind the Ramby, the giant Ramby one. I just never went for it. Are any of you... That's a crown. That is a blueprint. Okay. Don't need you two. Now, who doesn't have their medal? No one. Everyone has their medal. Perfect. Back at Clumsy? Yes, you do remember that, and I did go for that. Banana medals to not be input with 75 medals. Thankfully, I think I the restrictions, I set a hard cap for like 60. I can't be that fucked over. Okay, that one... Okay, I'm just scouting which ones they are so I know which ones I need to go on the lock. So DK's for sure. Not that one. Oh my god. Actually, let's just do this the normal way. DKs, not Lankies. really just DKs? Oh my god, it is. It's really just DK. What are you? Melon. Goodbye. At least we're going back throughout the rest of the level, we get to remember all the good music we've been listening to. So that's kind of a silver lining. To mask the fact that we are now doing like an hour-long scavenger hunt for banana medals. And also the DK rap is here. That's the only one I want to break. The rest of them are not useful. Alright, what say you, final hint door? Isles Ferry, small island, way of the Lord. That's Sphere Zero and also Lanky Kong. How do you think I'd not have that by this point, game? I'm very curious. That actually can be a really quick trip. Because I think there's nothing else aside from this. Yeah, the deep hints really didn't do me much. There's really nothing much else in here. Actually, what was on the giant barrel? Hello. Minecart, but tough GBs aren't turned on in these settings, apparently.
Welcome to bonus stage.
So they're all GBs. And unless I can get a sweet mail-in program where I turn in GBs and get a medal. Unless I think tough GBs aren't on. Unless my funny script, for whatever reason, I mean past me's lack of judgment, just excluded the line where it tells me about tough GBs being turned on, which would be a weird thing to do. I know I modified that section so it doesn't write Bean and Pearl twice, because for some reason in the settings in the spoiler log it does. It writes Bean and Pearl twice for your items you got random. But I don't think I did it for that. Okay. Checks in Japes. I know, 20. Yeah, no thanks. I didn't find the arena. Odd. I just feel like showing these giant dice. What for? Yeah, not so tough now, huh? Not so tough now, huh? Okay, that was good. That was some good use. Okay, next level. do I even want to go? Clumsy Cage, I know, is a blueprint. I don't know where the arena... I probably already saw it. And I've just pushed it very far out of my mind. Yep, worth. Get back here! I need that! I don't know where the arena was. Yeah, because I remember trying to still look for it. The Snides minigame. Oh. Oh, you might be right on that one. Hold on. It's... I feel like it's either a crown or what are the two items we're looking for. On top of a tree and japes? Yep, that's probably where it is. Like in the starting area. That horrible location I keep... No, wait, I rode the vines. I would have... No, I was having a coughing fit at the time. I probably didn't. I think that was 2 GBs. Yeah. GBs are... I think, yeah, GBs should be correct. So, yeah, that was 2. I don't remember. And I hate having to be absolutely 100% stationary. Okay, that was a crown. I knew it was one of the yellow items. Crown or metal. Damn, nothing back here. I had such high hopes. Alright, I don't really know what I'm coming back in here for. I feel like I've done most of this. Oh, hello. That almost looked white hair. What are we looking for? 6 more banana medals. 5 more banana medals. Hey, can you just, like, leave and come back? Because last time that happened, I got a banana medal, and if you do that, like, 5 more times, I can finish the seed. I really appreciate it. Oh, fuck. There's another one. And a rainbow coin, but I know where 1 rainbow coin is. And, I mean, I know where 1 more, medal is as well. It's in Castle on a shop. I know there is a rainbow coin on Diddy's, what is it? Diddy's storage room vines. I just fell down before I could actually do anything with it. Oasis is foolish. And those warp light to each other, and I don't want to go up and do something, so I'd rather just start all over and then take the warp and yada yada. Okay. Enough points for 9 seeds? Can you please hold off on that? I have a nice stream idea I want to do related to DK64 right now, and I like to have my viewer queue a little bit empty at some point. Wow. Oh, can you not do that with Crusha? Fuck. Roughly the price of 2 rice redemption. Yeah, that's a tough GB, and tough GBs aren't on with this viewer seed. Um, 3.5 seeds. Where do you guys keep getting the funnies? I don't understand. Yeah, I do have a nice stream idea I want to do, but I also don't want to have anything queued up. And it has to be a Saturday stream, because I will not have the energy on a Monday for it. Wasn't the arrow supposed to be spawning by now? Crown. You know, I can't provide donations. I can't inflate the economy. I can only have infinite as me, the creator of the funny haha. I can't donate my infinite wealth. Fuck. Everyone has a medal? Everyone has their medals. Okay, what do we check? We do... Making VIP for less points? But then what's the point of saving up for 1 million funny haha points if you can just sweet talk me and get in? How are you supposed to... You can't prove you have a parasocial relationship. You can just prove that you have a silver tongue. Which is not in the spirit of competition. You gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You gotta put in the hours. And you gotta be funny haha. That's just how it's been. You can't just give out VIPs for free. Even though I have like fucking 30 slots for some reason. Barry, don't need it. I mean, I'm gonna go Castle. Castle has the most stuff I haven't done, plus a fair density of, and by fair density I mean exactly 1. Check, I know there's a medal on a shop. Actually, I never looked at this. I mean, this is closer. Right? If we're being honest, this is closer than whatever is in factory. It's also easier to get to. I don't have to...
Welcome to bonus stage.
What are the odds of both of these being Batty Barrel Bandit? I'm starting to actually memorize the patterns, which is getting concerning. Alright. Rainbow Coin Door is now accounted for. All I need is to find 3 more medals, and then buy the one I know is in shop. It's hard not to remember, but I suck at memorization, and my timing is actually somehow worse than that. Why'd I go back? I wanted to be assaulted by trumpets. I haven't played Hoenn in a while. It's not that hard to remember. All you gotta do is... Oh, wait, no, that's not right. Alright, not that. I don't remember what the sniping was. So I remember it wasn't important enough for me to get the first time. Yeah, part of me thinks it's a medal as well. Each number is the space between GBs. Interesting. Yeah, there was one here. Okay. Thankfully, I eventually remembered that sniper was a thing in a check that I orphaned. I never remembered it, it just happened. I was in the area. My daily reminder that you don't actually need to zoom in with sniper to make this check. You just need to have it. It just gives you more range. Okay. Alright, only 2 more. Because again, I know where the last one is. Why do I try? Why do I even try? Alright, is this where Funky is? Because if so, that's where the purchasable one is. Oh, it's Cranky, and Cranky is empty. He's empty. Alright, I think Diddy's was just a normal GB. I want to say. But I don't know for certain, so I'm gonna go and recheck. Yeah, it was a GB. Wait a minute. Was this a rainbow coin? I remember that from like 5 hours ago when I first came here. Alright, apparently I knew the location of way more rainbow coins than I thought I did. Ugh. G. Melon. Not important. Alright, let's check these 2. Damn. I just realized I haven't stepped foot in either mausoleum. Or either side of mausoleum. I've stepped in crypt like 2 or 3 times. I never went Mauzo. I wonder why. I definitely didn't have bigger and brighter. Rest in peace, my junk. But I have bigger and brighter things to be dealing with at the time, such as, you know, the hints. What is this? GB. Oh, I actually kind of wanted to get those bananas, actually. It's fine. Toby. Fuck. And on this day, I've been meloned. Also, I know there's a spot on that lake. He has a GB. I do remember some things occasionally. Not always. Usually when it's least important. You know, least important. Let's go to Wind Tower. Why did I take that out? Oh, hi! Well, Wind Tower isn't useless, actually. It's pretty alright. Okay. Just need to find one more, and then we're good. I hate this part. I have to blow myself back up to grab this. Sorry, random thought I just had. Never getting back here. Is there a dirt patch behind here? In the vanilla spot? No. Okay. I genuinely never went back here. There could have been a dirt patch here, and I orphaned the shit out of it. It's definitely a video game from the Nintendo 64. No matter, despite everything, you can't take that away from it. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go do library. One of the video games of all time, yeah. It is definitely one of the video games that contain Donkey Kong. And it is the only game to contain Chunky Kong. Oh, hell yeah! Oh, this was a good visit! Alright, well, we know where the last one is. It's on a shop, and I just gotta go buy it. Unless it's at the end of this library, and then I don't have to go find that shop. In which case, we're done. And we just have to kill K. Rool. Of which our phases are, I believe, Diddy, Tiny, DK. Never punished. Unless, of course, I miscount, in which case, punished. 11, 30. Alright, we're good. We're gone. We're going. Yeah. Diddy and Tiny had their faces hinted explicitly, and then from the lack of a third face hinted, I'm led to believe that the last phase is DK. Unless I somehow, some way, didn't get a hint for lanky or chunky phases, which sounds literally impossible the more I finish the sentence. Alright. 10 rainbow coin door. God damn. I could have actually looked. Yeah, DK. Lizard Tiny. I realized I came up here, stared at the door, and just didn't look at my Helm or my Karul order. Even though we all knew what it was. Do we count that? No, we don't. We do not include JPEGs as it contains. And even though literally he contains. It's the only time it's Chunky's playable. Which is objectively true. And cannot be ruined by the Super Smash Bros. Series. Like most other things are. He is in the movie, but unless there's a controller port at the movie theater that I didn't see, I don't think I can play it, unfortunately. It's a retroactive cameo? How do you retroactively cameo? Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, yeah. In rental, the GBA version of Country 3, because it's a fucking, it's a port, and they put it in there as a funny. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I see how you can retroactively. Retroactively made me think, like, oh, they just kind of had a character design that looked kind of sort of similar. But no, like, retroactively as in, like, you added him in. You add him into the minigame in the port after he was officially created. That makes way more sense. Do you heal before doing cruel faces? Do you heal between cruel phases when no heals are turned on? Probably less likely. In this particular seed, do I? Yes, I still do. I don't know why I didn't just jump on it like I normally do. Never once doubted, not at all. I didn't, you didn't, we both agree, neither of us did it. We always had faith that I would get healed. I don't think hard bosses are turned on, so I'm gonna get tripped up by the fact that these are just vanilla toes. Yeah, these are vanilla toast. Is there any water left there? Barely. No, one version you fight for was drinking. What? Huh? I feel like I'm being fucked with. She shoot his lactose. Yep, there we go. That's the fucked with I know I was getting. There's the punchline. A good pun for a very specific setup. This is the worst Karul song. The song I could get for Karul, honestly. This is... This put me to sleep. Yeah, don't bite those nails. That shit's probably dirty. Anyway. GG. That simultaneously took longer and also shorter than I expected. Like, this was only a little bit longer than my normal settings with 60 GBs. And it didn't feel like I got 40 additional ones. Yeah, there's nothing. Unless you want to look at where my other 2 ammo belts are. We didn't find those yet. You want to look for my ammo belts? Fuck it. Ammo belt. Caves lava. The Caves lava, we did that. Castle tiny metal. And... well, that's it. Instruments are on... what is that? Galleon Lanky 5-door. Helm Tiny Metal. Which is the only one I didn't look at. And then Jape's Funky Sharp, which are already bought. Were I missing any hints? I think there was one in Castle I was still technically missing. Alright, I know the last hint I didn't get in Castle. And I'm gonna read it out to you, and I'm gonna tell you how useful of information it is. Lanky is being held by a bit of flying magic in the world with only a Cranky's Lab and a Snides HQ. Which makes it my 3rd Lanky location hint for a Sphere 0 check. Why? Why do I need 3 of those hints? I know where he is. Oh, fuck. Actually, I'm actually really mad about this. Hold on. No. Before we go. I just saw the other hint I missed in Galleon. I'm not happy about this one. I'm actually really mad that I missed this. It's in Galleon. I'm mad that I missed the best hint in the video game. I cannot believe this. And if you know which one I'm referring to, you know why I'm mad about it. Alright, it's somewhere in Lighthouse. You have an idea? Place your bets. What's the funny hint that I'm mad that I missed? No, neither. All right, now is it in the pit? No, it's behind the Ungard. Yep, there it is. It's mentioned. Alright, I believe it's here. I didn't look at the location. I probably should have while I was running to here. Yep, here it is. Best hint in the randomizer. Whoa, I dropped all my crayons! I'm so mad I didn't see this. This is my favorite hint. I adore this fucking hint. And on that, I think that's a good sound and visual to leave on. Because what else am I gonna look for in this fucking seat? Scarlet's fast asleep. Yeah, Spider-Dan really improves the whole experience. Thank y'all for watching. Ultramaractus, thank you for the seed. Oh, you are waking up. You having a good time? Or are you gonna go back to sleep? Just going back to sleep. Next stream for me will be on Wednesday, doing more Heart Gold randomized Nuzlocke. Scuffing the shit out of myself through going through that game. And then next DK stream will be on Saturday, which will hopefully be Balam's Seed of Death, which contains never before seen changes to the randomizer specifically to fuck over me. I'm so honored to be personally shafted. Anyway, thank y'all for watching and chatting and bidding and subbing and following and all that fun jazz. Have a great rest of your day, and remember, beware the rice. You will never know when the rice will hurt you. Never let down your guard.